Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
It's a house!
5 brain cells, 4 aren't working.
You know, that's just one step above stupid.
This guy may be like the dumbest person on the face of the earth.
Did you hear what I said?
Come on, man. What's wrong with you?
There's mosquitoes the size of bald eagles in that dadgum swamp.
What's going on, freakazoids? All right. How the hell's everybody doing out there? Well, I got some new articles, some new information in the, I guess I want to use their names, not the dentist. They always say the popular dentist, you know. Spencer Tepe and Monique Tepe. Tepe. T-E-P-E. All right. So, you know, we already have the surveillance from yesterday. Maybe we'll just play that real quick. This is the surveillance. You know, who this person is, we don't know. Walking by. Does anybody think that's a female? I know some people have mentioned that. I don't see it, but I know, you know, people that see that might be a female walking by. I think it's a guy. Hey, T-Morrow. Everybody. I found this, you know, I stumbled upon this page of those faces, and there's a lot of really interesting looking cases on here that I wanted to look at later, so we can continue on doing some of that too. I mean, there's so many, there's like thousands of people on that website. Gray, you're the only video that pinpoint location. I put it on Twitter too. Yeah. Well, that's what we do on my channel. We actually figure stuff out. You know, and unfortunately, a lot of times you're relegated to getting newspaper articles, but then that's what, you know, that's what we use to get started. Now, this show tonight's like any other show, you guys. Richard Watts had a good idea up above, so if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, my channel relies on you guys on these live streams. There is absolutely zero, I don't know, maybe $4 or $5 of ad revenue that comes in. You know, let me see what I can find from last night's live stream. The super chats and everything were great, but the ad revenue on last night's show. Let's see. I always think it's interesting. People always think we make all of us YouTubers just let's see, where is it? Analytics. Last night's ad revenue was for the entire, it was $18.98 on the show, and then $2.71 after the show was over. So the people who watched it later. And that's actually a great night, you know. That's a great one. So there you have it, you guys. If you guys can help support the channel, Nobody's required to, but you can buy some memberships for people, super chat, super thanks, whatever the hell it is, because I think my channel is one of the few out there that actually deserves to get the support, since we put out the factual information and we donate thousands of dollars as well every single month. And over the last since January of 2020, we've donated 270, I don't know, what is it, 276,000? $275,000 right there. Look at that. See, people like Marty's Bar and Grill are they're the ones that keep the channel moving along. Everybody. Well, thanks, Marty's Bar and Grill. Man, that's really nice. A cat eye donation right out of the chute. All right. So let's see. What do we got here? And, you know, let's see. So we got Marty and Richard Watts so far. Okay, I'm not sure. Like, I think Fox News, maybe they were first. Let's see. There's two different articles. Ah, that wasn't the right one. That's my thumbnail image. No, that was from the other case. Let's see, right there. Well, what about this? This is sort of an interesting development. It says right here, 911 call at Ohio dentist home was reported domestic dispute months before he and his wife were found shot. Isn't that weird? I mean, this loving couple, oh, they're just spreading love. Apparently wasn't as loving as, I mean, maybe it was. I don't know, but it's just really strange. Right here it says, months before a dentist and his wife in Ohio were found shot to death in their own home, a woman called 911 from the same address to report that the dispatcher described as a domestic dispute. After hanging up initially, the caller told the 911 operator, me and my man got into it. So that would be them, right? That's the house they live in, according to the newly obtained records. They got into it. Police responded to the Columbus, Ohio house at around 10 a.m. on December 30th when they found Spencer Tepe, 37, and Monique Tepe, 39, both dead with apparent gunshot wounds, officials said. It wasn't Monique that made the call? Okay. How do we know that, though, Jeff? We'll just go over. We don't know, Jeff. He can say whatever he wants to say. We don't know what it was. Maybe it was a party and there was another couple there and they got into it and called 911. That'd be strange. Although that actually might open the door for possible other angles of the story, I guess, right? What if there was another couple there? This just popped into my head. And it got really heated and sort of a little bit physical there. And they called 911 and then things were sort of settled. But then the girl broke up with the guy and that guy sort of blames those two for convincing her not to be with him anymore. Something like that. And then he goes over there and because his life is ruined, so he's going to ruin theirs. Hey, Steph BR, can you quit mentioning other people? I don't give a shit what that guy talks about. He's not interesting. All right, let's see. God. It's just so incredible, these people. I didn't ask you the name of another YouTuber who just sensationalizes every single case. I didn't ask you that. Thank you. Yeah, that's what they said. Police responded to the Columbus, Ohio house at around 10 a.m. on December 30th when they found Spencer Tepe, 37, and Monique Tepe, 39, both dead with apparent gunshot wounds. Officials said 2 young children were located inside the house unharmed. Police don't believe their deaths were murder-suicide, adding there were no signs of forced entry. I mean, I think it's obvious that the guy walking down the street is that person. That's kind of what. That's how the guy walks to me. Looks like he's had a couple. Yeah, who knows? Maybe the brother-in-law is trying to protect his sister. Columbus officials didn't include a name for the caller in the dispatch logs. I guess this is it right here. Hi, this is 911. Or hello, 911. Now we got a hang-up call. Is everything okay? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm okay. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm okay. Sorry. Well, it sounds like you're crying. Do you need police, paramedics, or anything? No. I'm okay, I promise. I'm just emotional. Well, can I ask what had you called 911 in the first place? Because me and my man got into it, but I'm okay, I promise. Did anything ever get physical? Crying. No. Operator, you guys were just arguing? Nobody hit each other? Man, she was like trying to look for a way to get a charge on somebody. And then she says, yes. Well, I have the information here. I can go ahead and tell the officers to cancel heading over to your address. If anything changes, call us back. And then the female voice said, yes. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I wonder if that was her talking to somebody else. It doesn't seem like that matches the... Well, I have the information here. I can go ahead and tell... Oh, yeah, she's agreeing that tell the officers to cancel heading over. The dispatcher at the Columbus Emergency Communications Center coded the call as domestic dispute, later writing that assistance was no longer needed. The Columbus Division of Police on Monday evening released surveillance video showing a person of interest walking on the alley near the Tepe's residence in the early morning hours of December 30th. Detectives believe the murders took place between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. The video released by the Columbus Division of Police shows the man walking slowly in an alley near the Wineland Park home. And we know exactly where that is. It's right there, right off of that sort of patio there, going that direction, or the driveway. And then he was walking down here, and that's probably when he went in the back, through the back, and then got into the house somehow. They must know that that's the person, not just some random individual walking down. There's probably other footage they have. But hey, guys, is there any chance you guys could help support the channel? I mentioned that a few minutes ago, and we're still just stuck on the 2 different people. So my channel, again, relies on you guys to be able to do this. All right, so if you have the ability to, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Let's have a night like last night. That was more, normal, like it used to be. They didn't say what it was about, as we just went over. Spencer works with me, and he did not show up to work this morning, and he cannot get a hold of him. Yeah, I mean, we already know. The first call placed on December 30th came from Spencer's employer, Mark Valrose, who owns Athens Dental. Now, Spencer works with me, and he did not show up for work this morning, and we cannot get a hold of him. His family, Valrose said, he is always on time, and he would contact us. I think there's audio out there. I've heard it. So the first call came in at 9:03. I thought it was 8:58 or something. And then 9:57, Tepe's friend calls 911 from their house, says they can hear kids. 10:13, bullet casings are found by police. 2 to 5, police are requesting video from neighbors. 9:22, this is up here. I'm not sure why that's over there. Columbus Police Department officers arrive at the Tepe house, so I guess it goes. This is stupid. Like, why do they have it like this order? This should be the next. Okay, they're asking for. That's ridiculous to put that like that. They're actually asking you for footage between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. of somebody walking around. That just shouldn't even be part of that. That's just dumb. Hey, thanks Gloria Batari and Melanie Tone. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. At 10:03 a.m., one of Spencer's friends went to the Tepe's house and told 911 operator that he could see a body inside. There's a body. The person can be heard saying. Our friend wasn't answering his phone. We just did a wellness check. We just came here and he appeared dead. He's laying next to his bed, off of his bed. He's laying next to his bed, off of his bed, in this blood. I can't get closer to see more than that. That's crazy. Hey, thank you very much, Michelle Pate. Is that right? Michelle Pate, or let's see if I can. Michaela Pate. I'm pretty sure it's Michelle Pate. In a statement released Friday, the couple's family said they are heartbroken beyond words and called the death tragic. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's just a different couple over at the house. It's just sort of interesting, you know. It's like, how often do any of you guys, in general, have somebody else at your house and then 911's called? That's why it's just, these are those things where you go, is it really coincidental, you know? It's just, it's weird, right? Like, I don't think I've ever had somebody come over to my house and call 911 before. The only time we called 911 from my house is when I had, I played golf when it was like 100 and something degrees. I think I was drinking water, but it just flushed the electrolytes out of me. Then I came home and I got these cramps where it's like quads. I had like cramps in 7 or something different muscles, and I couldn't move, and it was just so creepy and freaky. And then the paramedics came over and they just said, here, put some water and some salt in water, stir it up, and then drink it. You should be fine in 15 minutes. God, that worked. That worked incredible. We know. Yeah, let's see. Okay, so it was a large party. That's what I kind of guessed earlier. Yeah. You know what would be cool is if, like, people were watching my channel. Like, I'm the one that figured out where the surveillance was from. We've been covering it since the beginning. But whenever these other channels that have the connections to the news outlets, everybody jumps over there and YouTube promotes them and everything. It's really frustrating. It's weird for adults for sure, especially with kids. Right. Yeah, so there's a party. I mean, who the hell would go to a party and no matter what it was like, call 911 on the person you went to the party with? That just seems ridiculous, you know? Well, good, Bruce. Yeah. Let's see. Police responded to the house at around 10 a.m. on December 30th when they found Spencer Tepe, 37, dead with apparent gunshot wounds. All right, we've already done that one. Let's see. There's another. I don't know what this one's about. Orphaned young kids of slain dentist. Wife are unaware as they ever could be. What does that mean? They're unaware as they ever could be. Anybody know what that would even mean? The brother-in-law of Monique and Spencer Tepe, the Ohio couple found slain in their house last week, says their children are too young to understand what happened to their parents. The children were left physically unharmed inside the couple's Columbus, Ohio home, where Monique, 39, and Spencer, 37, were found dead. On December 30th, Columbus Division of Police said at the time. However, a friend of the family who called 911 from outside the house while waiting for police to get to the residence for a welfare check said he could hear kids crying inside. Rob Misla, who was married to Spencer's sister, told News Nation in an interview that the deceased couple's children are in loving hands but are unaware. Okay, so they're unaware. Is that what that means up here? Oh, orphan young kids of slain Dennis, wife, are unaware. Jesus, that's just a horrible sentence. We've had them for the past couple of days. They were just as happy and unfortunately unaware as they ever could be. But they're in loving hands, and even more people are coming by their side to make sure that they're taken care of. The couple's surviving daughter is 4 and their son 1. Misla tells people, he says he's struggling with how to tell the girl her parents are gone. So the girl's 4 is obviously asking and is aware of having a mom. Oh, we got a challenge here. Let's see. Oh, wow, look at Marty's Bar and Grill said he'll donate 10 memberships if 5 of you just donate 1. I mean, that's a pretty many. That's 2 for 1 right there. Thanks, Marty. Let's see if we can do that. That would be awesome. Because currently we have 0 channel memberships. I mean, how many times have we seen that lately? You hear that, you guys? So if 5 of you do 1 channel membership, Marty's Bar and Grill will gift 10, which is double. So for every 1, 2 more come back too. So that's 15 total. All right, let's see if there's anything different in this New York Post article compared to the Fox News about the same thing. Hey, look at that. Christopher Marshburn, Susie Kraft, thank you.
Police are still on the hunt for those responsible for killing Spencer Tepe, a dentist in Athens, and his wife Monique Tepe.
4 friends carrying flowers in a soccer ball,
It'd
keeping
be cool to get the audio for that call.
the memorial alive outside the North 4th Street home, where Spencer and Monique Tepe were found brutally shot to death Tuesday.
The mystery surrounding the killings of an Ohio dentist and his wife has only deepened as their family has downplayed the significance of a shadowy figure seen on surveillance video the night of their mysterious murders. As police work around the clock to get to the bottom of the gruesome crime, here's what we know. Downplayed the significance. Mystery surrounding the killings of an Ohio dentist and his wife has only deepened as their family has downplayed the significance of a shadowy figure.
Why would the family downplay the significance of that? I don't get it. Oh! You're going to write about me and I grew up on something we did or supposed to do. You might not have heard, or maybe you have, but I'm first over on this most like usually get angry and all of that. You can say what you want to spell my name right. All I'm ever guilty is rocking a house. That's what the rule was all about. If you answer them, tell all your friends, and if you don't wait till you see me again this way, I can hear from the what's this mouth right there and there. We can straighten it out. There we go. Hey, thanks. Renergy. All right.
Google Earth God. Unbelievable what you can find. So impressed with your skills.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was one of my better ones. The best, you guys, listen to this one. You guys aren't going to believe this. If you weren't around at the time, but there was this nutjob YouTuber, Greeno, that was out there for the Delphi case. And he actually was wanted by police, and he sort of fled to, he was a YouTuber, and he fled to Florida. And he was doing a live stream where he was just showing his face. You couldn't tell where he was. And then in 2 frames, the phone, boom, went down and went right back up again. And it showed the ground. And that was really about it. It just showed the ground. And I went, and I didn't know where he was anywhere. We didn't even know he went to Florida. So that's the part that's crazy. He could have been anywhere. It just happened to be sunny outside, so I guessed Florida. And there happened to be a police car in the background with specific designs on it. So I looked up Florida police cars, and I found the particular one. It said it was in a particular town. Then I looked at the ground, and stuff just barely right there on the scene, went out through the whole city, and I found the exact tile that he was standing on in the street. Can you believe that shit? I mean, that was like, that was absolutely crazy. That was one of that right there was the best one I've ever done. In 2 hours, too, from the image to a place where a guy on the run was found on a street without even knowing where the hell he went originally. They should have me working for the FBI. Hey, look at their support with Steffa. There's 3. There's 3 of them. We need 2 more, you guys. 2 more gifted memberships, and then we'll get 10 gifted. I don't know why they would downplay that. It's almost like, what? Would they already know what happened, or what? Seems kind of ridiculous that they would downplay that. Okay, there's 4. Michelle H. Need 1 more of those.
Seen on surveillance video the night of their mysterious murders, as police work around the clock to get to the bottom of the gruesome...
Yeah, look at that. And there's Cheryl. All right, man. Thanks everybody so much. Really appreciate your support.
crime. Here's what we know. Dentist Spencer Tepe and his wife Monique were found fatally shot the day before New Year's Eve. Their bodies were discovered inside their Wineland Park homes in Columbus, Ohio, following a welfare check from a family friend and Columbus police. Spencer, who was 37 years old, suffered multiple gunshots in the chest, unharmed inside. The welfare check was conducted after Tepe failed to show up for work at Athens Dental Depot that week.
See, I think he was supposed to be there at 7 in the morning. And that's why they were so antsy early. However, if you guys were here the other night, I think one of the biggest little sort of tells that we have, for those who didn't see it, but in this article right here, if you scroll down, this right here is really telling. See, my theory is that Spencer told his colleagues that there was something going on with somebody out there, and they were aware of some sort of pending, like a stalker, or you know what I mean, like something like that. They were aware of that. That was my original theory. Hey, thanks, Marty's Bar and Grill. Look at that, 10 memberships. Very cool. Thank you. But that's my theory, is that I think it's some sort of, there was something like that. And then, because of that, they're a little bit more antsy when he doesn't show up to work. So a little bit quicker to react. Even though, sure, it's unusual that he wouldn't show up to work, would you really be like calling 911 2 hours later? It just feels like they were really worried about something. And then when you look at this right here, this sentence in here, watch this. I don't know how else to say this, but we are very, very concerned. This is very out of character for him, he continued. And then right here, look at this. We can't get in touch with his wife, which is probably the more concerning thing. Why would that be? Why would it be more concerning that you hadn't heard from your wife when it's actually Spencer is your coworker, not her? So that must mean, was there something that he told you was happening regarding his wife, and now it's more concerning that you haven't heard from his wife? I think that's pretty reasonable to infer from this information. What do you guys think? I'm not sure what you're saying. Lizard. We're just listen to what I just said, and what do you think about that? All right, let's see. Yeah, we know she was a stay-at-home mom. We've gone over that 1,000 times on here. You're not teaching us anything new. It doesn't make sense to me. I think it's something where why would it be more concerning? I mean, when they call at 9, she could be at the store. She could be anywhere. It doesn't mean anything. To me, it means that they might think that sometime, if there was ever something, she would answer. Yeah, we've already gone over that she's a stay-at-home mom. It doesn't explain it. He does say it up above. He said, something related to that. We read that the other day. Spencer, but on Tuesday morning, he didn't show up for work, spurring concern from his colleagues. When they could not get in touch with his wife, according to the 911, they continued to grow when they couldn't get in touch with his wife. Alvarez made the 911 call around 8:58 and asked police to do a welfare check. He was always on time, and he would contact us if there were any issues. I think it was up here. Located about 75 miles Columbus home, and he and his wife were always responsive, according to the owner. Sure, they were always responsive. So that would be an equal thing. But why would it be more concerning that the wife isn't answering the phone when it's actually Spencer is the dentist who needs to be there and would be aware that you'd be trying to call him? I think that would be more. That's what I think. I don't like she was having... I don't think she was having an affair. I think it was like an ex of some sort. An affair, I don't think you would have killing both people. You'd have, if it was an affair, you likely would have somebody killing him. But in this case, the person killed both of them. And based on how they were killed, where Spencer is shot multiple times, and Monique is shot once in the chest, it almost feels like you broke my heart, but man, I'm really pissed off at you, and just firing away at that guy, at Spencer. That's sort of what it feels like. Whether that's any of that's reality, we don't have enough information out here, unfortunately, which is crazy. Hey, thanks, Renergy. Ringing in my purse if I'm at the store. I had a seizure, and I thought it was... Let's see. Phone ringing when it... Yep. Had a seizure and thought it was Saturday, not Tuesday. When? What are you referring to? Anyways, that's just my thought. That was an article that came out on the 3rd. Yeah, there's a picture of them. That picture there is at their house. I think it's on the left side of their house. Taken right there, I think. Right next to, like, they're standing here. That's the fence behind them. And then this building right there, which is probably a parking, is this one. So I think that's where that shot was taken. They're just standing right there. All right. He was a dentist with a room full of patients, so I'm sure his coworkers were thinking he is just running late. Or yeah, well, here's the thing. Like, doesn't it feel like they were... I mean, people were skeptical, like, wow, how come they were so... And that's the natural feeling, because I think it feels to us like, oh, wow, they called 911 so early. And I even think if he was 2 hours late, you wouldn't be calling 911 to do a welfare check unless you really had some information behind the scenes that something else was going on. Maybe it was so out of the ordinary. He was supposed to be there at 7. He calls at 8:58 and says, hey, can you do a welfare check? I think that just seems odd. And I think the only reason it's odd is because maybe they knew something prior, that something was going on, and that's why later he said It's even more concerning that the wife didn't answer, as if he knew something subliminally and didn't say it. He was never late. Was very, yeah, right, we know that. We already know that, Lisa. We've gone over this case 100 times already. This is like the fourth day that we've covered it. Maybe fifth. Yeah. I just read that a minute ago. Let's see. If you show up to the channel more often, you'll see that we're pretty accurate over here. Free state of Washington. What does that mean? At free state of Washington, but 25 years ago. Oh, your bar. Yeah. What a cool thing to have got to do, you know, own a bar, just sort of do your own thing, and, you know. Hey, Lizard Divine. If you haven't been in a chat, how about you don't be rude and just keep commenting as if none of us know something, okay? We've covered this case from the beginning, and every one of your comments makes it sound like we're just so unaware, like we're just opening up the books for the first time and wondering. All right, just think about it like that. It's the other way around. Your comments are rude or condescending. All right, let's see what other thoughts are out there. Okay, see you later. I really don't care. See ya. Yeah, it doesn't bother me at all. You'd be a problem. Let's see. Those people I think are always had an ulterior motive when they came in. No, big deal, Lisa. Don't care. Maybe he was having an affair. Why was the shit multiple time? And yeah, well, shot. Well, I think it's. Why was she shot at all then? See, I don't agree with you on that. Why would anybody kill her if he was having an affair? That doesn't make any sense. Although, well, if she's been here before, that means she just lied up there. Okay, yeah, I get it. Right, okay, yeah. I just said that. See? I realized what you were saying. Right. Yeah, I don't trust people like that. They just come in and, you know. Hope people don't go after her ex or something. Why? Why not? You don't think her ex is kind of an interesting person? You know, they still had court cases, things going on, even this last year. I think he's an interesting person. I don't talk about him or anything, but you know, why couldn't it be something interesting? I think it makes more sense that somebody was interested in her. Yeah, I mean, there's like a couple different things. It'd be like some sort of a business thing that he found out about and somebody took him out, like a hit. Or it's somebody was interested in her and always wanted to be with her, and now that they've already had more kids and everything. I mean, it's been 4 years, though, so I don't know about that. But he realizes that he'll never get her, and then shoots her in the chest, the heart area, and then just shoots him many times because he's angry. I guess anything could be valid at this point. Yeah, but how could it be a recent ex? I mean, they've been married for 4 or something years. I mean, she could have had an affair, you know. That would be something that would make some sense. Like if she had an affair with somebody, it just doesn't seem like it, though. Based on what everybody says, like they loved each other, and but you never know anybody. so I guess I don't have that link. Just a second. I had a link, like her first marriage image. Let's see. Oh, I already had that. Yeah, Lynn sent me a couple things. Yeah, like that's her first marriage right here. See, I guess that's from 2015. She looks about exactly the same. And then you look at him and go, hey, does he look like maybe the person in the walking in the video? I don't know. Nobody can tell, you know. So there you go. Is there a bar up from the house? I don't know. We can check if you want. Yeah, there's one just right there. Maybe you had a couple drinks there first. Walked down, took a right, went straight there. I was saying yesterday it looked like he was drinking or something. There's one here. Guess we can go down here and check it out. So there's a bar, and maybe walk down the street here. I think they have them on video all over the place. They just release something just to appease the media. Alright, well, we're having one of those lulls now where we're not quite at the goal yet, so if you guys can have the ability to help support the channel, that would be great. Thank you. Alright, so we're walking down the street. I think, isn't that really cool how Google Earth is that accurate, where you're right there, look at what it looks like, and then you hit escape and watch. It just sort of goes up in the air. Now you got the 3D version, but it looks the same. And okay, go down to there. There's the other bar. That one sort of looks more like a place that person might have been. Oldie. I guess they would have checked. I mean, we don't know where if the guy was there or not. So he'd walk down the street, maybe like this, take a right, and then cut in here, and walk down there. That's where the camera picked him up, right in this precise location. There are two buildings, one there and there now. And then he walked down this direction. Let me see what happens if I go down as low as I can down here. Maybe we can go underneath. Can I go through there? I guess not. Let's see. Yeah, so it goes underneath that tree, and then over here, and then I think he went right back there, climbed over this wall, and then either entered in down there or in this door right here. I don't know if he married anybody after they got divorced. Why don't you send me an email with the information in it so I don't have to look around. I don't even know how I would find it interesting or know anything about it. Jenzabel, so here you go. Here's my email. Send it over. Right there. Yeah, so you just picture him. He was walking by right there. And then he comes around. He could have came over. There's a tree here. He could climb over in between the tree. And then, but this one's less inhibited, but that one's hidden better. So he might have gone up the stairs. Maybe picked the lock, whatever. And, maybe they didn't lock the door because it was over a fence and didn't really think about it. I know. Well, I just asked to send me an email, not to explain it. Yeah, let's see. I don't even know if I know what the person's name is. Yeah. There's no name on it, unfortunately. So I don't even know the guy's name. I see a picture of him, but that's it. Oh, I guess, well, I know his last name. So it's a doctor. He's a doctor. Interesting. Yep. I think they can revitalize the neighborhood. Yeah, well, I mean, we have so little information in this one, it's hard to... I'm just looking at little things that say something. I think there's something about her that was happening in the background that other people are aware about, and maybe that's why they're not even... They don't seem interested in the person walking back there. Why would they not be interested? Why would they downplay the... downplay the surveillance footage? Surveillance, surveillance. Oh, he had a video confession? Where? I guess that Brown University shooter has a video confession somewhere. I don't know where it is, but somebody sent me an email about that. Unrelated, we're talking about something else, and they sent me that email. Anyways, I'm waiting for an email. I don't know the person's name. Yeah, we know, Diane. We know. That's not what this was about. That wasn't a that wasn't him in the picture there. See this right here? That's not Tepe. And it still says, congrats to Dr. Mrs. McKee. All right? That's what we're talking about. We already know that the Tepes are. Interact, but I'm just going to step back and listen. Hey, Jenzabel, are you the one that has the information? Yeah, I just need you to send me an email. I just put that in here. If you can send me an email with the name of the guy and the information that you just mentioned. Because I have no way of looking it up at this point. It's right there. You mean his second marriage was a same-sex marriage? His name was... I don't know. I have no idea what you're saying. So his last name is McKee and his first name is... that the name you put up there? Oh, okay. I don't know what his name is. The first husband. I think, well, I should have it, actually. Yeah. Hold on. Because I have it in the documents. Hold on a second. I should have it. Maybe right here. No, not that one. Okay. And they both live in the same... It's Mike, right? I'll look him up. Alright, you guys. Massive lulls. Art's going to be difficult now. I need your guys' support. Maybe buy some channel memberships. And date of marriage, that was 2015. Actually, I bet you hers would have his name in there. You think 37 sounds right? Or 40? Yeah, I know what I just found it. I just said Mike. I'm going to look on Monique's page here. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, right there. 39. Let's see where he lives. Ah. Yeah, no addresses. It's weird how there's some people like that. We need somebody to do another challenge of some sort. We've just... I thought we were going to be... Oh, cool, we're going to make the goal easily, but now we're not going to do it. Thank you, Shamo, as in ShamWow. Remember that commercial? Oh, man. Yeah, it says Michael C. McKee. Yeah, that's not him. They switched it. That's crazy. Let me try that again. Let's see. Man, that one says 42. That sounds could be right also. No, it can't be him because this guy passed away in 2019. That's sad. I don't know. Doesn't show up in there. Yeah, I saw the address locations. The one I saw said like Nevada or something. Yeah. Why are you guys looking into like that kind of detail? Yeah, we know he's a doctor. Yeah, we just said that. Yeah, well, maybe he has nothing to do with anything. Did he get remarried after that? Seems like they were still having problems, though. I mean, why would there still be court cases in 2015? Yes, this is the area they were looking for surveillance, all inside of the square here. They should have expanded that way out. I don't know why they always do that. It's ridiculous. Right, well, that's what the person said up above, that they got remarried. And yeah, a lot of YouTubers put out false information, so you might get a lot of stuff that has no bearing in reality. Yeah, maybe. But as soon as she got married, he wouldn't have to pay alimony anymore, I would imagine. But hey, guys, how do we get moving along here? We just absolutely stalled out. We were doing pretty well, and then pow! So if you guys have the ability, my channel relies on you guys. We've just puttered out, and there's no, like I said, no ad revenue. And my channel donates thousands of dollars every single month. And also, last year we did $46,000 we give out to true crime related charities, and that only happens if you guys are helping support the channel. So I don't know how to make, I can't make things appear and just sort of, you know, there's no way to do it. Hey, but my God, would you look at that, you guys. Marty's Bar and Grill has the same challenge. So if 5 of you guys gift 1 channel membership, he'll donate 10. So that just means 5 people have to do 1, and then he'll donate 10 again, and that'll give us 15 more channel members and get us up to 32. That'd be pretty sweet. Alright, so if you have the ability, that would be awesome. Thank you. Yeah. All right, so here is well, all we know so far is I think this video here is about 2 in the morning. And that's why they're saying between 2 and, because now they have a time where they see the person. The 5 part is probably just based on when they might have looked at what he had on, and he didn't appear to maybe be getting ready for work yet or something. So they would know he would normally get up at 5 to get to work at 7, because it takes him about 45 minutes to get ready, and it's an hour and 20-minute drive, hour and 10 minutes, whatever. And so they probably were able to determine, okay, so it has to be before 5 and after 2, because that's when that guy's walking. So they say between 2 and 5. That's how I would imagine they came up with that time frame. Hey, thanks J-Lock and Danimal. Hey, we just need 3 more of those for the generous Marty's Bar and Grill. So you gift 10. We just need 3 more. And so he walks by there, boom, and then the next morning, he was supposed to be at work at 7, I imagine. And then right around 9 o'clock in the morning, the person who owns the dental office he works at, Athens Dental, said, hey, called the cops. I tried calling people before that, couldn't get a hold of them. Then he calls the police and says, can you do a welfare check? Then it wasn't until about like 10:20 when the officer finally got over there, didn't see anything, and then other people started showing up, and or maybe it was 8:58 in the morning when he called. And then at like 9:20, law enforcement shows up, and there's no, they didn't see anything. And then some of his colleagues showed up after that and saw a body on the ground, etc. And then, like right around 10, I think it was like 10:15 or so, cops showed up, and things went from there. They found 3 bullet casings, I think it was, on the ground. I probably should make a timeline in this and then keep adding to it. But hey, you guys, we need 3 more gifted channel memberships. If you guys can please do that, I would really be appreciative. We're trying to reach Marty's challenge. Neighbors didn't hear anything. Yeah. Well, you know, maybe they did hear something. We just don't know if they heard something. Right? Maybe we should work on a timeline on the show. Would that be worth doing, I guess? Maybe we can, let's see. Timeline. So we can go back a little bit. Thanks, Sandy Shirley. Hey, we just need 2 more now. I'm just looking, see if we can find, there was one that we were reading at the beginning that was really, the timeline narrowed, okay, that's that. I mean, there's a couple articles that had everything in it. Hey, we got Chris O'Connell, Sandy Shirley, and Danimal, and J-Lock. All right. And the Vegas Andrews, thank you. And we actually have the scanner audio from some of that. Thanks, Sham. Wow. Okay, man. Just kind of looking through these files. Maybe that one that we were reading a minute ago, I think might have all this. Let's see. Concerns. Okay. 8:58. I think that's first. 8:58 a.m. Mark Valrose called 911. Or wait, let's see. First 911 call. Asked police to conduct a welfare check. Called 911 and ask police to do a welfare check. Wow, thanks, Marty's Bar and Grill. Thank you. Now that was 8:58. All right, then 9:22. Let me save this out so I don't save as, browse, working on, here, timeline. Hey, thanks so much, Megsy Boo Boo. Yeah, I mean, I think it's cool. People gotta, you know, talk to the I don't know, brother-in-law, and figured out that, you know, what the issue was at that house. It's just kind of weird that earlier in the year, you know, there was a call, a 911 call to the residents regarding a domestic disturbance at a party that somebody else, I mean, it's just weird. And thanks, Migsy Boo Boo. All right, so this one is an officer arrived at the home. Officer arrived at home to perform the welfare check.
You do the best research.
But no one answered the door. Yeah, we'll put that in there. Nobody answered the door. All right, and then around 30 minutes later, Tepe's colleagues and a friend arrived. So we'll say, around, we'll just put the time. 9:52. I think there's a precise time. Okay, there it is. Around 30 minutes later, I think it's 9:56. Yeah, it says around 30 minutes later, Tepe's colleagues and a friend arrived at the home, but also did not get a response. The dispatch record showed a man at the scene, also called 911 at, let's see, 30 minutes later, a friend arrived at the home, but also did not get a response. So that might have been a way, let's just do the, well, maybe there is another one in there. So that sounds like two different things. 9:52. Tepe's colleagues and a friend arrived at home and also didn't get a response. Then at 9:56 saying he heard children crying. So this is a man said he heard children crying inside. Yep. I can hear kids inside, and I swear I think I heard one yell, the caller said, according to dispatch. But we can't get in. At this point, I don't know if I need to break the door in to get into the house or what. 2 minutes later, another caller of Tepe called 911 to say that they'd been unable to reach him for about 3 hours. So at 9:58 a.m., colleague says they haven't been able to get a hold of him for 3 hours. The 911 caller didn't get into the house. There's a body, and then at 10:03, a friend of Tepe and we don't know if he got into the house or not. It's just 10:03, a friend of Tepe who said the last spoke the day before and was audibly distressed, said there's a body. A friend of Tepe who said the two last spoke the day before was audibly distressed as he called 911. There's a body. And we don't know why he was able to see a body, because I don't know the layout of the house. Nor does really anybody on YouTube. Our friend wasn't answered. I mean, I wonder if we went on to, what if we go on to, wasn't Zillow, Maybe we should look on there. Zillow, it was so stupid. It had my house on there, and it had 0 bedrooms. Okay, that's amazing, everybody. 0 bedrooms. Thank you. I don't really see. It doesn't look like it has a
like a walkthrough or anything like that. No, maybe. Hold on. Hold on a second. Wow, this is cool. Oh, look at that. Wow, we get to see the whole thing. All right. I thought there might be something like that out there. So that's what it looks like. Very cool house. That's the store. Look at that. There's the Ring doorbell, maybe. I don't know if that's what that is, but kind of looks like that could be. Yeah, really nice. It's pretty inexpensive for a house like that. Then they have a basement, and that's probably where the door back here that goes out. There's that little door on the... Here, let's see. So if we go over here... And thanks up there again to Marty's Bar and Grill and Maggie's Magsy Boo Boo. That's a lock. But it looked like there was maybe I don't know. It looked like a lock, but I was just saying maybe it was also connected to a different type of Ring doorbell. But Ring doorbells are really kind of, you just put it outside. They look like that. You just attach them. So I don't think that, I mean, they don't look like what we just saw. They look like what we saw the other day when you see it outside. That's what a Ring doorbell camera. They don't go inside. There's no connection. They just, using Wi-Fi, store videos, etc. But yeah, I mean, it's possible that they bought a different type that looks similar. I don't know, but anyways, look at right there. I think there's like that's a basement window down there, and that's the back door. I think that door right there that we're looking at is right back there. What door would that be? Is that a side shot? What the hell is that? Oh yeah, maybe. I guess that's what it might be. Let's go look. Just updated now. That's maybe the other side then. Hold on. Yeah? Eh. That's weird. So maybe there's a front window. Maybe just looking out that window, I guess. That's right. You have to go over to... They're not there during this, but if you go right there and then down the street... Okay, there it is, right there. Right there. See, there's a little miniature deck with a door that opens up on it. So that's what we're looking at there. That means the door is off to the right here. Hey, thanks, Sarah Shroom. Yeah, this is awesome. Wide open. I never have room like that. Yeah, there you go. There's the door right to the right. See? Just like I said. I don't know if other people have been showing these, but we found them on this show all by ourselves. What do you think of that? I haven't seen them inside there yet. Right, there's another shot inside the living room. I mean, I guess it's a good point if they were upstairs. Well, I gotta just keep scrolling down. Bruce, can you wait? Can you hold on, buddy? My God. Here's the kitchen. Right there. Stairs over there. They just go at their own pace. You'll double Sarah Shroom's membership. What is that? I don't know how to do that. Well, thanks, Chris O'Connell. There's a bathroom. This might be upstairs. Well, here's... we'll get back to where we just were. And thanks, Chris O'Connell, again. So these are probably the bedrooms upstairs. Yeah, it's sort of interesting. I mean, if they were upstairs, how did they find them? See them? I guess that's what we don't know. Man, what a great little place for only 400 and something. That's crazy. It just shows you different parts of the country. It's a lot cheaper. So this must be the basement, I would imagine. And see, that's probably that window we were looking at. Let's see, does that make sense? Huh. That's confusing. So there's a window right there. Huh, okay, so there's one here. That's what we were just looking at. So that's probably the one. Huh. That's interesting. Let me go up in the air on this. So there's a window there. That's one of them. So there's probably more than what we're seeing. You know, because there's this thing. That's not the right house, sorry. But like, that looks like that, right? I'm sure it has similarities. There's probably windows down there. And there's one down here for sure. I don't know if we can't see. I was pointing at the wrong. This house isn't theirs. It's this one. But we're in this one, so. There's got to be 3 windows down here. One. Alright, so there's one there, and then I think the stairs are over here, right? There they are. And see, there's the one we were talking about. Now we got a great shot of the back. So I think this is right where the killer either went up through here or got in down there. Oh man, this is great. I mean, I'm not sure what year this is, but there's a tree there now. Why was a tree put there? Here, look. See? And it was put in their yard right there. And then it looks like they put a gazebo or something in there. Can't really tell what that is, but definitely... That's not there in this picture. Yeah, the boss calling on vacation is not confusing or anything. You know, that's probably the first person that the people at the dental office called when they realized that the one dentist that maybe was supposed to show up that day wasn't there, so they called the boss, and then he starts calling people. Yeah. So somebody planted a tree right here. This must have been right when this was completed. It doesn't have that. It has that look to it. You know, the fresh bark dust. The grass looks new. This house is very new, by the way. If you go up in the air here, we can actually narrow down. 2019, it was not there. 20. Well, let's see. Let's get rid of the 3D buildings. We'd be able to do this. Okay, so it is there right then. That's 2021. Okay, that's when it's just being built. Okay, so March of 2018, it's not there. Just a field. Now let's see what was there before, though. Has it ever been? Okay, so there used to be, looks like apartment buildings or whatever in 2004. They were still there until 2009. Then take it out completely. And those are probably there for decades before that. This is 1994, etc. And then, looks like this is being under construction in October of 2019. Then on January of 2021, it looks like they were completely finished at that point. And then 2021, there was still not that big thing there. Yeah, there's nothing there. Still nothing in there. And that's 2022. That's when about when they got married, right? Nothing in there. And now there's something. That thing is there. See that? Whatever that is, like a undercovered area in the back. Yeah, we know. Hey, Vince, let us just do it the way we do it. Okay, you're not sleuthing out anybody or anything. We got it all figured out. All right, so there's that, and let's see. And it's there then, 2024. Looks like something they just put up during the summer or maybe winter months, something like that. I think this is the one that Google Earth, the 3D buildings are based on. Let's see, let's get rid of that, and boom, see, that looks the same. Hey, thanks, Chris. Obviously not. We do, Vince. We already know, man. You're incorrect. God, people like you are just a joke. Go do your own show, man. We just figured out exactly when it was. Thank you. Chris. Sending in a wave. Thank you. Gray, you're so mean to your subs. I don't know who the hell that guy is. Never seen him in my life. Let's see. Hey, thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So let's get back to the inside of the house, or whatever we were doing. Tree's been planted there, but this is just what it looks like. I'm not buying anything. I'm just looking. How did you get my email? How did they get that there? Isn't that weird? I have a feeling there's like a window here too. There's different windows on the sides. Let's go back into that down here. So I think there's a window right behind us. To the left, to the right, and then directly behind us. I don't know if we ever got a shot of that. See, right to the left of here, I think there's a window. And that's the one that goes into the back, I think. Wait, that would show it. So I was thinking right there, so I guess not. I think that's the one. Yeah, because there's that, and then there's this. So that would be right around the corner. There's a door and a door. Yeah. No, there's two down here. There's two down there. Hey, it's Chris O'Connell.
The other Chris.
Yeah, the other Chris. There's a lot of we did a whole video on a Kristen O'Connell the other day. And by the way, if you missed that part, Kristen O'Connell, that case, the boyfriend the guy that she went there to meet already had a girlfriend when she showed up. That's why she was upset and left. That's it right there. There we go. So where is that in this? But that's the one out in the back. See, there's the fence. That little part that goes down. Yeah, 100%. So that would be, if we go outside, right there. You're looking through that one. I just don't know where that is in the... I guess that could be a different, like a family room or something in a different area. It looks different. Maybe it's through that door over there. Oh, there goes my stomach. Oh, God, I ate some of these chocolates. My stomach doesn't do good with milk products at all. Yeah, there's the neighbor's fence there. All right, so I don't know. This is upstairs in the room. So somebody got up here and killed him. If they are upstairs. Let's see that building. Let's see what side this one is. So you see that one, and then... Four windows straight across and a chimney. Right there. Yep, so that one is the... looking out that top window right there.
Hey, thanks Marty's Bar and Grill.
I'm just trying to keep up with with the Chris's.
I'm just trying to keep up with all the Chris's.
Well, I'm glad you're trying to keep up with the Chris's. How about the rest of you guys? Keep up with the Chris's. Come on. Could be gambling, debt, or anything. Yeah, I don't know. Why would you kill the wife? Wouldn't you just kill him somewhere other time? Like as he's leaving his residence, come out from behind and shoot him? I don't know, this seems more personal. But anyways, that shot we were just seeing, this window is the window right at the top of the house, looking out across the street. You would think that would be maybe the master bedroom. And then let's see, there's a window right there that looks out and sees two windows. That's got to be over here. Yep. So that's right there, and I think it's looking at one of these two windows over there. See that? Those two windows? I think they're probably like one of these two. You know, looking out a window, kind of like maybe that one. Right there. I know this isn't really earth-shattering stuff, but it's kind of interesting seeing inside the house, isn't it? There's the kitchen. You know, it makes you wonder if they were actually in the kitchen. You know, he was downstairs. So, you know what? See, that might be sort of interesting. Like, you see the dress of, like, let's say they see, let's see. Like, let's say they see Spencer somewhere through the lower level, and he's still wearing sort of what you would wear to sleep in. So that means he hadn't even started getting ready for work yet. And given the fact that you have to be at work at 7 and it takes an hour and 10 minutes to get there, they probably thought, well, it takes him 45 minutes to get ready. He hadn't even started getting ready yet. He was just, you know, having a bowl of cereal, whatever the hell it was. And they think it's 5 o'clock in the morning is when the killer had to have been there. Well, I guess they would know that that's when he got killed then. I think, okay, I got to change my using logic and common sense. He must have completely been wearing pajamas or something like that. or they would have thought it was a little bit later. So he was completely 5 o'clock though. They wouldn't say 2 in the morning if it looked like he'd already gotten up and started getting ready for work. So to me, if now that I just think about it like that, it's got to be where he's completely looked like he might have even almost been sleeping when he got shot, or they wouldn't even say 2 in the morning. They would say, wow, we think it's around 4 or 5, because it looked like he was already up and he was downstairs getting something to eat. See what I'm saying? The fact that they still have 2 in the morning to 5 means that they aren't able to tell you that he was already up and wearing his pajamas. So there you go. So that kind of limits it to where it appears to them that he was shot in the room and he was still sleeping, etc. Perhaps he was about to get up. I guess we still have to wait for that, but there you go, right? Jessica Schubach. Yeah, well, 8675309 was wondering if that was a female right here. She said that the butt sticks out too far for a guy. I kind of see what he's saying, like, you know how it kind of right there. But to me, it looks like a guy, just the way he's moving around and stuff. But I saw what she was talking about. Got like gray pants on, it looks like. Dark blue or black top. Dark brown to black shoes. Doesn't appear to have huge feet, you know. Looks like his shoe size is probably something like 10 or 11, you know, 10-ish. Or, you know, I don't know how big he is, but I'm just saying he doesn't have really huge feet. Oops, so let me get this off the screen there. I always leave that on the screen. You guys gotta say, get that off the screen! You think he looks chubby? I don't think so at all, man. I think he looks thin. He's got his hands in his pockets. Other than that, look at his legs. They're thin. I don't think he's chubby at all. I think that right there are his hands in his pocket that make that part stick out. That's not his belly right there. Okay. That's his hands in his coat. He's literally got them in front of him. Well, we don't know if his shoes are a size 10 because we don't know how big this person is. I'm just saying his feet aren't extraordinarily long based on just the overall look of the person, right? This person has, I think they're a thin-ish person. And the only reason it looks bigger in the front there, look at right there. That looks like a thin person, right? That looks like a thin person. And it's really, his left hand is inside the fleece pockets. That's why it sticks out. Do you guys agree with that or not? I just want to make sure. I don't really see the, you know, the total. I just see it, the butt. I don't really know. I'm not going to analyze the butt. Man, those fisheye lenses, man, they can really do a number. Well, I'll tell you what, if we get 5 more channel memberships, I'll donate 5 myself. How's that sound? I know you guys always just jump right on it when I'm going to do that, but it almost seems like right there he's intentionally, I don't know. Then he moves his head back up right at the end again. Like wiping his nose or something. Just like that? Well, thanks, Chris O'Connell. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Trying to cover his face with his hood. Yeah, I don't know. Looks like he's wiping his nose or something. His head's already nice and covered. Looks like he kind of brings his hand up there and he's like, you know. And then he puts his hand back in his pocket and then he continues on. He bends it back up. See, like right there, he's like, ew, you know. Maybe he had some, you know, those cold nights you can get runny noses. Maybe he's got a Kleenex in that pocket. See, he's got his hand in his... Let's go right there. Hands in his pocket. Pulls the hand out of the pocket. Rubs something on his face. Then puts his hand back and then puts his hand back into the pocket and continues on. You didn't see what? Last night I thought possibly random hit. Tonight I changed to premeditation. Yeah, I mean it could still be random though. You know. I mean the thing is they don't seem to know who this person is. That's why they put the video out, you would think, although maybe they did it to appease people. Why does the family though say that this is not really important? I don't get it. Now, what was the term that was used? It wasn't not important. It was, and there was a dispute there many months before. They didn't put the date down. Maybe which way was he walking? Man, don't you guys watch my channel? I'm the channel that I spent 2 hours you know, trying to figure out exactly where the surveillance shot was, and it was right here. And he's walking this direction. So he obviously came in from behind the house and came in like that. Thanks, Jim Lawn. Come on, Jesus, what direction was he heading? South. And for those of you who missed it, if you want me to go back over how I found the spot, it's always interesting. Does anybody want me to show that again? How I actually found and can prove to you that that's where the surveillance shot is from. It's actually pretty interesting. And if you don't, I'm going to do it again, because there's probably new people watching. Here, watch. So you're looking at this surveillance footage here, and the only thing that I could really see originally was that would stand out on an alley. I could tell this is an alley just by the way the street's really narrow, etc. And there's this little brick thing right here, stone wall. So that's what I was looking for. And I spent 2 hours going up and down the different alleys right around the neighborhood and couldn't find a damn thing. So basically, you'd start right here. This is the alley, the one behind the house. I even did this one first, and then I had to branch out because I couldn't find anything. So I went down like this. Yeah, I went across the street here. This is 2020. And then right here. Yeah, look how it just changes dramatically, but I wasn't really thinking about it. And I did look here, and I go, well, that kind of looks like those bricks. And then I kind of looked there, looked around, didn't see a damn thing. And then I just kept going like this. Because that didn't, see, sadly, when you go right there, there's not a lot of change there, so there's nothing really to notice. So you're going like that. And then eventually, after going all the way down to the end of the street, I came back the other direction again. And I went like this. And then I was walking right here, and I was like, wait, oh, and I was here. And then, so earlier, I was right there. I was looking in this area, but there was nothing there, but watch. Yeah, you go, I think you have to go one more back. Watch this. Right there. That's how much change. These two buildings weren't even there. And then look right there. There are those bricks that go up like that. And then after that, I go, well, let me see if there's a little driveway across the street. There it is. There's the camera right there. That camera is filming. There's the bricks in the video. So that's right there. This is the little driveway. And then I thought, well, I need a little bit more, but everything else works. There's a little thing that goes back in there. And I was looking over here at these, whatever that is, these little rail things that come out of that doorway. And then I turned around, and I think it's, yeah, right there. See those two things coming out right there. And then you can't see it from there. That's the thing. There was so much change. But right inside of here is where there's a car parked, and this little part that goes in, and that is right on this video. That's right here, how it goes in there. There's a little brick thing there. So that's it. Isn't that crazy? But that was so hard because there's only 2 street view frames that had it. So you have this, let's see. Maybe 4, well, I guess from this direction you can see, but you can't see the bricks or anything, so you can't tell. So you get about right here, and then you're like, oh, there it is, but watch this. Next one, nothing, nothing, nothing. And then this also is 2025, or not that one. Let's see. This one right there. So you can see, you can kind of see the brick wall there. And then there's the garage with the little driveway, but you can't, there's no way to really discern that. And also, this is before they built, well, no, there's those 2 new buildings are right there, right around the corner. See how there's nothing here now? If you go up in the air, those 2 buildings are brand new. But anyways, this is there. So that's where the camera is. That's where the person is. They're walking this direction. They came around and they went inside from the back, which is exactly what we said on the first show, is that they went in the back. You know what I'm saying? So we're the only news people, or whatever you want to call us, out there that knows exactly, or knew exactly where this was way before anybody else. So anybody else that you're going to see reporting it, that they know exactly where that was, got it from here, they just won't give it credit to where it came from. All right? Because there's no way that anybody else randomly stumbled upon, oh, yeah! And that's what happens all the time on my channel. We find stuff, and then other people go, oh, look at this, and they take all the credit and pretend that they came up with it. It's the way it is, man. It's the way YouTube works. Yeah, well, they're idiots. I mean, if you went in the front, I get, anything's possible, but why would he walk back here if he's going to go in the front? I think he went right back here, jumped over the wall here. We can go back over to here, go all the way to the top. Actually, it's the bottom ones. See, look, he just climbed right over this fence, or that side. There's a tree there now that goes up. Just climbed over that fence, and then from, let's see, a couple, I think right above that, and then he either went down through that window or through this back door here. You know, it's interesting though. If the doors were locked, did he just pick the lock? Is he that good, or does he actually know the combination keypad to get into the house? And see, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would be interesting to figure out where he went from here. We just probably aren't going to get to know that. Well, he just didn't go in the front because it doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? I think he exited out the back and he went in through the back. You know, anything's possible. But however, doesn't that explain why he's not on the Columbus police camera right across the street? You know, like everyone's like, hey, he must be on that camera. Because there's a camera right here. Look. Right there.
It's a house.
Has 300 or like a whole bunch of 360-degree cameras on it, and that house is right there. This is before they built it, but it's right there. And the reason there's nothing on that camera is because he didn't go in the front door. He went in the back, in my opinion. And the Ring camera would have showed him. Right. Exactly. So if he doesn't show up on the Ring camera, and he's not on the camera outside, which I think they would have shown us those videos, means that he came through the back. And now we see that he came through the back because he's walking down the alley right towards the house. So I think that's right around 2 o'clock in the morning. That's why they say the killings happened between 2, because they can verify seeing him, just like in the Idaho 4 case when they say, oh, the killings happened between 4 and 4:30 or something, right? But it's really, people that know the case, that it happened between, the minimum would be 4:08, because that's when the car parked, and then 4:20, because the vehicle sped away at a high rate of speed. So there's a 12-minute window where the murders happen, where you actually have movement of the vehicle just before and just after. But like people that know the case, you could probably narrow it down to 4:12 to 4:18 in that one. Thanks, Jim Lawn.
Stupid as being.
Where's that one? It's a house. Right here.
It's a house.
There you go. They didn't know if he was heading there or leaving. Well, that's stupid. Yeah, right. See, that's true. These people don't know. We're always so far ahead over here. It's crazy. And I get really frustrated because later people go, ooh, look, they're actually going towards the house. And it's like, we know, buddy. We know. We've been doing this. You just should have checked in a long time ago. Sometimes kids will unlock the doors to try and go outside. Yeah, but these kids, one's 4. I don't think so. I mean, and then it would be pure luck. I think this guy wasn't relying on luck to get into that house. I think, just like Koberger, he knew he could get in there. I never do, Chris O'Connell. It's crazy. And I should message. Hold on a second. Let's second. Let's try a second. Ding 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 ding. Where it is. All right. All right, there we go. Gray is texting me. No, I'm sending it to, I just sent it to Vinny. I can't believe you had Gray on your show, Vinny. I'm never watching again. And if you're wondering why I sound like that, it's because I actually said that on a show a while ago. Back in July, as a matter of fact. And here it is. Alright, so you'll have to listen to it. Where's the audio? Is it down here? There it is.
I can't. I was on Court TV. Did you guys see that? I'm sure they'll get the obligatory. I can't believe you had Gray on your show, Vinny. I'm never watching again.
Somebody recorded it and laughed. That's why they send that to me.
I'm sure they'll get the obligatory. I can't believe you had Gray on your show, Vinny. I'm never watching again.
I can do it right with it, man. It's like a...
You guys see that? I'm sure they'll get the obligatory...
One more time, just for...
I can't believe you had Gray on your show, Vinny. I'm never watching again.
It's true, you guys. Whenever I'm on Court TV, you watch, when they put the video out in the comment section, there's these people that are so bitter in their lives. They go, oh man, I used to watch you, Vinny, but I'm never watching you again because Gray's on there. Every time Gray's on, I just turn it. Well, you know, when you turn it, that means you aren't going to get to know what the reality of the case is. You know that? That's the truth. When I'm on that show, I'm one of the few people, that literally tells you the truth of what's going on in a case. I was on there during the Delphi case, and I nailed it. Got it right the whole time. Not those clowns. But Gray, maybe he'll get a new trial. Listen, Richard Allen killed Abby and Libby. Whether or not he gets a new trial and somehow some nutjob jurors don't put him, that's it. They'll never look into the case again. All right. But anyways, you guys, if you're out there, if you could please help support the channel, that would be great. Trying to get some good nights under the belt for the slower times that generally happen throughout the month. Let's see. That never gets old. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, well, I do have a coffee mug with that. It says, I'm never watching again. And it has my face going, like making a face. Any other thoughts here, you guys? So he does come from this direction. So, there is a bar there. So that makes sense. Maybe he parked over there, had a few drinks, got some courage up, came around, went in there, did what he did, and then he left. Walked back out, got in his car, and drove away. Gray had a sketch of a suspect that was super creepy. Of what? What are you referring to? Oh, the last night's case? Yeah, that was a weird one. That guy was an overgrown dwarf, huh? Richard Allen, you mean? Yeah. I mean, maybe a neighbor, but why would a neighbor that lived at least this far away go over there and do that? If the video was from right here, I go, okay, but they walked from over there. Why would a neighbor over there be that upset? And they came from at least over here, because they came from off the camera. So that means almost certainly they came walking over. I mean, I could actually take this and feel very confident that you could trace them back to this point for sure. Just based on the fact that they walked by from off camera. The odds of them going through this yard and taking a left are almost zero. And so that means they're there for sure. So did they come in from this direction, that direction, or that way again? But we know that they started, they definitely were from here to there walking down the street. Do you guys agree with that? I think it's absurd to go, well, they could have gone across. That's what you always get people to say, though. People always want to, come up with the contrarian without really using common sense. They go, hey, well, Gray, he could have gone through that yard and turned there, right? I mean, sure. But does that make any sense? Like, what would be the point of doing that? It's just, they did walk down the street right here. From right there to there. They show up on camera right here. And it's absurd to think he went through this yard and turned left. Right? So we know that we can trace him to there. All right, what else? What can we do for another challenge here, just so we're not at a dead lull? Hey, welcome, dreaming blue skies and sandy beaches. Here, let's do this one. Welcome to dreaming blue skies and sandy beaches. Yes, you too can enjoy the same beaches and blue skies that she enjoys. Hey, Gray, I'm a guy. Oh, well, I thought dreaming blue skies and sandy beaches was a female, but yes, it's very possible that you are a male that typed in that exact same sentence and name. Thank you very much for watching. All right, there you go. All right. Oh, God, here's Streams Galore's back in there. Jesus. Here comes the crazy comments again. Yeah, but how's it going? Streams Galore. All right, well, what are you guys thinking about this? People, type in your theories, you guys. Special, you move to the front of the line if you send in a super chat. Here's Dreams Galore. Here we go again. I know it's Steams Galore, but... Not me, and probably you. I'm old school, but yes, they are out there. Huh? Aliens? She had an angry ex. I think that's my theory. Something like that. But I think it was an angry ex that's more mad at the guy that stole her from him. That's why he got all the shots and she got one in the heart, because she broke his heart. I mean, we're just basing it on that. I mean, that's the only thing I'm basing it on. If they were both shot multiple times, I would have no way to say, okay, they seem to be more angry at Spencer than Monique. Even though he killed both. He also didn't kill the kids, so he wasn't angry at like the whole family or anything. It was just sort of, he's pissed off about them. Well, you should have put it in here, Lynn, because I'm not opening up the email. My theory is he was in the transitional living program. What? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, you think he's just some random person then? Let's see. You're saying there's a transitional living right there. That's kind of a cool place. 121 Hamlet. That's what you're saying? Yeah, who knows? But it's also weird that he's over here. Maybe he went to a bar first over there and then came over. Yeah.
I don't know, it just doesn't make any sense. Think it might be some sort cover-up. Smiley face emoji.
Oh God. Oh yeah. Timothy Cecil's doing all the classic things just aren't adding up. I think it might be some sort of cover-up. Oh, that's great. Man, that's good stuff. Hey Lynn, when did you send me your breakdown? I didn't get it. Why are people sending me links to YouTube channels? I don't watch other YouTubers, you guys. I just do my own thing. If you like my show, you like my show. Don't send me other YouTubers' theories or videos or anything. I don't care at all. I hope you guys don't mind that. I mean, let me ask you guys something. Don't you like that? I mean, if somebody goes, hey, here's some information that's something. That's great, but wouldn't you rather have me have my own thoughts based on, like, the factual information instead of watching somebody else's theory and then incorporating their theory into mine, and then it's like, well, where the hell did that come from? Yeah, that's what I think, Kim. That there's something... Oh, I remember you, Kim F. Sharp Harp. Haven't seen you in a million years. Yeah, it seemed like that they were aware that there was something going on. God, I bet you I know. Let's just see. Hold on a second. Oh, God, and you sent me the worst YouTuber on the planet. Oh, God. You gotta be kidding me. Jesus. How could you do that, Jenny? My God. A conspiracy nutter. One of the worst. Hey, thanks, Chris. There we go. Let's put that one up there. I think it's a random patient drug.
Drug scene in Spencer turned him away and the guy made threats in the office and folks lured him home. That is why his staff was worried right away and called the 911.
What do you... I don't know what that says. And folks lured him home. Let's see. I think it's a random patient drug sing. Can you fix those? What are those words supposed to be? I'm trying to... I think it's a random patient drug thing. Maybe. And Spencer turned him away, and the guy made threats in his office, and... I don't know. That seems like a little overboard to... Oh, and folks lured him office, and folks lured him home? How would that... Why would they lure him home? Hey, thanks, Jim Law. No one has a revolving door pistol anymore.
No one has a revolving door pistol anymore?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they'd be worried about the wife, especially. That doesn't make that part make sense. And followed him home. Oh, office and... Oh, okay, the folks lured is followed. The folks isn't in there. All right, let's see. I think it's a random patient drug thing, and Spencer turned him away, and the guy made threats in the office and followed him home. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, you go into a dental office and say, hey, I want drugs. But hey, you know what? We've got it down on paper. And if it turns out right, Chris, we're going to have to start a psychic network on your part. Because I don't see that, but man, if that's true, I'm going to buy you a crystal ball. We're going to send it over there. We'll start your own YouTube channel. And we'll have, we'll play those spirit boxes and stuff like that. Yeah, well, it just seems it gets kind of complicated. Like, the guy goes in there. I think it's a random patient drug. Like, he goes in there and goes, hey, I want some drugs. And he goes, no, I'm not going to give them to you. So he was so angry at not giving to him, he followed him home, and then he killed his wife and his... I don't know, it just seems weird. Yeah. Yeah, we know he took the alley. I'm the one that figured it out, John. Yeah, we got it all nailed in there.
Hey, hey,
warrior. There you go. Or maybe you can explain it more, Chris. Tell me more about what you're, like, a better angle of what you're saying. I kind of want to go over and do it. We got to do our cold case segment too. Might even be able to get sneak a couple of them in. Well, I'm waiting for Chris. I wanted to have her explain the story a little bit better. But anyways, don't you guys want me to just do my own? Like, I don't watch YouTubers. If somebody goes, here's a conspiracy theorist, I might watch to get the gist of what they're saying. Just to debunk them. But, like, I don't do the, watch so-and-so, because I don't trust what they're doing, I don't, so... If it was a YouTuber that I trusted and I knew, I might be like, hey man, this guy came up with some good stuff. I don't. The ones that people send me are lunatics, literally. He could have said he had a toothache or tooth pain, and Spencer knew what he was doing. Right, he goes, hey, you have a toothache, and he goes, well, I'm not going to give you any pain meds, but why would he go follow him home and kill him for that? Doesn't that just seem like an escalation that's not really necessary on that? Yeah, maybe tomorrow we'll do a call-in. I don't have the ability. I used to be able to do it because I used to have Skype, but Skype disappeared. I got to figure out a way to do it. Maybe I'll get a second cell phone. I don't know. Yeah, right. Again, yeah, and also driving an hour and 10 minutes. Like, let me ask you this. Why would a guy living in that neighborhood or a person want to drive an hour and 10 minutes to, I don't know. Go somewhere just to kill a guy because he didn't give him any pain meds that he wanted. It seemed like he would just look for a different way to get pain meds. But I tell you what, if that's right, Chris, I'm sending you a hoodie. The Nefarious hoodie, if you get that right. The drug seeker patients are... Yeah, but they wouldn't follow somebody home and kill them, right? Even when you worked there? I get what you're saying. While they're there, they're like, give me some drugs, give me some drugs. But would they really sit around waiting for the doctor? And that's great, John. Yeah. So the killer had a helicopter to get on. Yeah, I just don't do it, because if I watch other YouTubers, then my thoughts are, I don't know if they're coming from me or did I grab something from them.
Watch other YouTubers if you are the best already, great.
And we're reading articles, obviously, but those are usually factual information put out by news outlets. So we have that information. All right, so we got a timeline going. No, you're not the only one. I said that earlier, Mac Nanny. And we don't know. Yeah, well, if you're a psychic, Chris, if you're right on that stuff, I'm sending you a hoodie, okay? I gotta send Marty and Chris O'Connell and Lisa Belson some extra like hoodie stuff. I still got them in a folder I have to wait for a certain amount of people to do the notebooks, but I haven't sent any of those out. If you want to buy you got a notebook, they're pretty cool. They look like I don't know if this is the right one. Yeah, they look like this right here. Grant Hughes Investigates notebook. Comes with a pen and then a stress ball and a poker chip GHI. If you send 30 to PayPal. Yeah, we know he worked over an hour away. Yep, we know that. And why are you putting that out there? I highly doubt anything RX related. Yeah, I think this is somebody that targeted them, and I don't know if they had a couple drinks beforehand. They seemed to be sort of stumbling a little bit, and went in and shot him, killed him, and then left. Went in the back, left through the back, and left. I wouldn't be surprised if that same camera actually has him leaving again, maybe running this time. Well, my theory is that it's somebody associated with Monique, but like I said, this isn't one that I'm like, oh man. But I do have reasons. You know, like I said before, I guess I just have to bring it up again. This one, in this article right here, it says right down here, we couldn't get in touch with his wife, which is probably the more concerning thing. Well, why? Why would the owner of the dental office say that? And to me, that means it's possible that he's saying that because Spencer had told him something was going on there's some stalker guy after his wife. So he knew that subconsciously. And so when he made this sentence, even though he didn't want to really say it, he said it. And he said, which is probably more concerning, that his wife isn't answering the phone. Which is strange because, obviously Spencer would have a cell phone on him. He's late for work. Wouldn't you think he would answer the phone? It'd be more concerning if he's not answering. But instead it's more concerning if the wife isn't answering. So you have that. And then you have the fact that she's shot in the chest only. So the anger, though, is more at, like, he's still the stalker, kind of cares a little bit. And shoots her in the heart. Like, you broke my heart. And then he shoots him many times because he's more angry at the guy that took the girl that he wanted to be with. Something like that. And I'm not just randomly throwing it out there. I'm basing it off of those little clues that are there. The way that they were shot, these comments people are making. And also, we just today, when the family didn't seem too interested in this the surveillance footage. They were like, yeah, you know. Yeah, let's see. Is that this one? What do they say in here? Family members of slain Ohio dentist react to eerie surveillance footage. He found next to his deceased wife, Monique Tepe, is sharing his thoughts on newly released information by police. I hadn't seen this one yet. The Tepes were found dead in their Columbus, Ohio home after police responded to a request for a welfare check on Tuesday, December 30th. The Columbus Division of Police announced at the time. The couple's 2 young children were found physically unharmed inside the residence. On Monday evening, Columbus police shared footage of a person as they walk, at one point briefly raising their arm to their face with their back to the security camera. I do think, you know, suspicious looking person there, Rob Misla, Spencer's brother-in-law, told News Nation. It also is very well could be somebody walking home drunk from a bar. Well, that's kind of what it looks like. Misla, who, yeah, look, the police didn't put that image out without having some other information that looked like this is the guy, right? They're not going to go, hey, here's some random schmo. They have corroborating video. I would imagine. I would be shocked if this is just some, you know, maybe they did word it like, we want to talk to this person. Misla, who the outlet reports is now caring for the orphan children, added that the couple were so well liked and admired by everyone, and he has no idea about any enemies they may have had. Police say they believe the Tepes were killed between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. And I think they're saying 2 a.m. because that video starts at around 2. The investigation began after a co-worker of Spencer called for a welfare check. Yeah, we know all that stuff. All right. All right, man. Massive Lowell City. Massive Lowell City. So what are things that you're hearing out there? We've already gone over the part about the, you know, the ex. You know, we were talking about that early on. The ex of Monique. I don't know if it was written after. I don't know. Let's see. It was written today at like 12 p.m. It was just, there was an article that was, there was another one that I was going to look at that talked about, they didn't seem very interested in it or something. He believes the children did not witness the crime. I don't remember what the wording was, though. Was that in the Fox article, this one? Or not, I mean, New York Post. Yeah, anybody remember what the wording was in that one article early that said that it talked about how they seemed disinterested in the surveillance, but it was a different word? We don't know, Craig. How do we know stuff like that? You guys ask questions that nobody has a chance of knowing. Hey, you guys, did they feed the dog any food that night? Just curious. And I'm just wondering if they fed the dog that night. Anybody know? Okay. You know, anybody know if the dog sleeps in a crate near the door? Anybody know that one? No, we don't know that. We don't have video of inside the house. Anybody know if it's just all these things that have no chance of having an answer on our part? I think the police said on 911 call he could see bodies at the time. Right, he did say that. How did he see them, I guess, is what we're trying to figure out. Maybe they were one of them was on the bottom floor, I guess. But if they were up above, maybe they were able to get into the house with a keypad and just sort of looked through the door and said, okay, we're not going in here, and they didn't want to go into the room. So that's definitely a possibility that they literally went inside the house. Yeah, who said it was? Raja? Don't even know what you're saying. Gray, he said it was not relevant. Who? He was by the bed, but they never said where she was found. Right. She might be a psychic. No obvious signs of forced entry, and no gun was discovered at the scene. But the person didn't stay around long enough to pick up the shell casings. Those might actually help. If there's any DNA on those shells, then you could, do FGG if you needed to. Said that the slain couple's children are in loving hands. They've had the kids for the last couple of days. Well, we just don't know how to do that, Mrs. said. I'm sure she's wondering. I mean, what a weird, crazy thing. It's like you have these two kids and both their parents get killed, and now they'll never really get to see or even remember their parents. Okay, yeah, right here. Misla, however, poured cold water. Let me go back to that. Misla, however, poured cold water on the importance of the figure. I do think, suspicious looking person there. It's also very well could be somebody walking home drunk at a bar. I don't know if that's necessarily pouring cold water on it. It's just stating the obvious. Except, I don't know. It doesn't feel to me like the police would put that out there unless they had something else that made them really think that that guy could be the person. I've already looked at it, Go-Go. We've already gone over it. It's right here. See this? Realtor.com. We've already gone over it. See this? Went through the whole thing earlier. Day late and $1 short. See, this one doesn't have the ring camera on the door. Yeah, so the killer probably went through the back door or through that window, something like that. Down in there. Here's the basement area. The stairs that go down into it. I think the window that we're looking at in the backyard is right there.
Joke, I got diagnosed with thrush today. My tongue is blown out and my throat feels like sandpaper. It's from all the old people that just flew down for winter. Petri dish of old bacteria.
Wow, that sucks, man. Hope you feel better. Yeah, it's a very nice house. This is upstairs. That's out the front of the house. That's the house across the street. That looks like that's out the back of the house. Kitchen. That's the just left of the front door. There's this other sort of French doors that open up. You can see them. Right here. That's through these windows right there. Oh, those are, I like those. My wife loves these things right here. And there's again out that French door. There's the front door. That's the side of the house, left side, or from the front it's the right. That one is obviously in the back here. I think it's that window. Yeah. That window right there is this one. That's the neighbor, this neighbor right there. And then that window right here should be right there. That one. See? God, I'm good at this stuff. Jesus, you guys are so lucky. Did you also hear Spencer was a Boys and Girls Club volunteer?
Spencer was a Boys and Girls Club volunteer, which makes him a mandatory reporter for any suspicions.
I don't know. No, I didn't hear that. I don't know. I don't do like super digging into like that level. It just gets kind of nutty at some point. What do you think that means? That Spencer was the Boys and Girls Club volunteer. Mandatory reporter of what? Like, what would he have been reported on? And if he had, somebody's going to go over to the house and kill him? The wife and him? And he hadn't reported yet? Because if he already reported, then it's too late, So he found out that he was going to report? Of kids at the center. Okay. But what do you think that means, though? Like, what theory are you coming up with? Thank you, Mama, for coffee. I don't think we have any coffees of any kind or anything. My actual coffee. So if anybody else wants to help, right there without YouTube taking a portion, there's the coffee. That would be awesome. We haven't had one of those. Reason to send you money. Well, thanks, Mama, for coffee. Wondered if confirmed anywhere or not. I don't know about that stuff. Victimology is important sometimes. All we get is these articles and how loving and everything they were, but that doesn't really of course that's what they're gonna say. We don't know what the truth is. What's your idea? Hey, and Lynn, I don't have an email from you with a theory in it. Hey, thanks, Run the World. A coffee. Hey. Very cool. A super chimp. Yeah, Bruce, what's going on, man? Where's my super chimp? Haven't had a super chimp from you in a long time. What did Lynn type in? Where is that? Why is the owner sounding... I don't think the owner... Originally, I thought the owner sounded... It's a little weird because he said, like, the subject... he referred to him in really generic term, but I totally don't think that at all anymore. I think it's absolutely legitimate, completely reasonable. The calling up, trying to do a welfare check, etc. I don't think it's the lady. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I guess I don't really... I can't tell you for certain. I think it's a guy, though. Let's see. Huh. What's going on? It's the same article. It's from the 3rd. Why is it like that? Oh, more concerning thing. So it was Valrose, the last name. Dr. Mark Valro. I don't know too many women named Mark, but, anything's possible at this point. It's a guy, right? You guys, we're talking about massive lulls in here. So if you're watching the show and you like what I do on this channel, if you could please help support the channel, buy some channel memberships, etc., that would be great. It always gets really sort of disheartening when we have these long lulls that just go on and on and on. I don't know who this John guy is. Alright, see you later, John. I just don't have time for people like you. Can you just remove him? Like, he's not trying to really be part of communicating. He's just being a troll. That's what they do. So, see you later. Yeah, that's just a troll. See? That's what they're doing, yeah. That is me, isn't it? Oh, too bad. That is me in their profile picture. Didn't you guys see that earlier? My God, you should have removed them a long time ago. Yeah, I got a lot of creepy stuff that's happened over the years. We don't know if it's a hired gun or not, Dee Dee. You can say you think it might be, but to say it was, you have no clue. Okay? Assassination, it's never an assassination when the person isn't a diplomat or somebody important politically. This is just a regular, it would be a targeted hit, you could call it. It's not an assassination. Hey, thank you. I'm Mom, not Bro. Yeah, the 5th super chat ever on a live stream. Very cool. They have found, probably won't ever find it. I don't know. I think they have more than what they're showing. Yeah, it was me in the profile. They just zoomed in on a face and put it there. All right, does anybody want me to go look at some one of these cold cases over here? Maybe a couple of them? I wouldn't mind spending some time on that. Of course, I know a lot of you will take off because you're not interested in anything other than just the one case that you're interested in. But there's a lot of cases out there that need to have somebody talk about them. Just to have somebody talk about them. They never get talked about, and a lot of them are way more interesting. I would say that the two cases that we've gone over, the Kristen O'Connell and the one from last night, are more interesting than even this one is currently, because there's hardly any information. This case has almost nothing given out on it. The one that we're talking about right now. We have the surveillance footage. We have a timeline of 911 calls. We know who the ex-husband is. And that's really kind of about it, you know. And we have these little sort of facts, like, oh, there was another call made from the house. Yeah, I don't know, man. How do you know, Dee Dee? Can you quit making declarative statements, Dee Dee? This isn't the psychic network, all right? I know that you're probably on another show, you're typing in, this is an ex-boyfriend. Then another one, I think one of them was cheating on somebody. Then you go back later and go, hey, Dee Dee the psychic, man. Did you hear what I said on? And then those people go, wow, you really did say that. Yeah, you just didn't see what she said on the other 19 channels that she typed in a declarative statement. That's not fair, Gray. All right. Yeah, on the first show we said, hey, maybe it's somebody that he works with that he found something that he wasn't supposed to see, so somebody... Does that guy look like a hitman to you, walking down that street? Well, that's not him, Gray, just like the guy said. It could have been... Hey, Sarah, yeah, you can pretend that you can say what you want to say. Oh my God, see, I told you guys, I'm deeply spiritual. Can I get a boom? Hey, did I figure that one out? Tell me I am not perceptive. I mean, give me a break. I told you, Dee Dee is a psychic. And then all of a sudden, I'm deeply spiritual. Didn't want to admit that she wants to pretend to be a psychic. All right? And yes, everybody can say what they... But don't word it like you know something. You're not for real, Dee Dee. There's no such thing as a for real psychic. All right? There's no such thing. Here's what a good psychic is. Me. Who's pretending to be a psychic. You take somebody like me who figures things out, uses common sense, rational thought, etc., and then you strap a crystal ball and one of those big poofy hats on and pretend that you're a psychic. That's how you do it. Oh, I derived that. Look at.
I declare the Grey is awesome is the only declaration that can be made on the channel.
Watch this for a second. Hey, thanks to the Cecil. See, right here. Remember when I found this? Took me a couple hours. I found this little spot. I could have found it and just went, you guys, you know what? Hold on a second. Hold on. I could have went like this. Just a second. You know what, you guys? I think right here is the spot. Let me look. I just really have a feeling. Oh, let me go back. Let me go. Keep going, you guys. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. I felt it. There it is. Look. There's the bricks right there. And then there's the camera and the driveway. And oh my God, everybody. Oh. Delicate little buddy. Skipper. Man. See, I could have pretended that I got that all from being a psychic and a spirit box, right? But I didn't do that because it's bullshit. All right? Gray, that's not cool, man. See, I lost some people watching because they believed in psychics. You know what? A lot of psychics watch my show because I'm a show that if they watch, they can be right a lot. Because we actually figure out what happens in cases all the time. Like 90% of the time, we know what the hell's going on. So psychics watch my show, then they go out because, wow, this guy's using common sense, rational thought, reasoning, and now they have something that's likely going to be true at some point. Now, if they watch these other channels out there, the conspiracy nutter channels, they have no shot of ever being correct. But boy, are they interesting. Where is that one? It's that sound right there. They aren't. They are frauds. I'm not discounting, like, there could be some... I mean, I think there's something to being... intuition, you know? Intuition's an interesting thing. You know, it's literally... you know, there's something extra there, you know? Intuition. But the psychic people, man, what a bunch of blood-sucking, just piles of crap. You know what I'm saying? That's not cool, Gray.
And some of you make shit up.
Can I get a boom? There it is. There it is. All right, let's just move on here for a minute. All right, here we go. There was one that I was looking at right before we came on, named Julianne Dyatlov. Kind of a interesting name. Let's see. And that was from 19... Working on Julianne Dyatlov. 1986 again. I feel like we get a few of those. Alright. Why is that doing that? This mouse, it's got the... Why does it have the... look at this. How it has the clocking thing on it. Bugging me. Don't know. Oh, there it is. So there's something open already. Yeah, I think I'll just go to newspapers.com, and then we have the this is her right here, Julianne Dyatlov, 21 years old, August 27th, 1986. So I'll put that right here. Julianne Dyatlov. And then it's 1986. Everybody, whenever you write the dates down on a file name, do the date first, then the month using a number, you know, like 08, and then the date. That way, when you have a file in a folder, they all sort themselves out in the correct order. Great. I'll do it the way I want. Okay, you can do what the hell you want, but it's a hell of a lot more efficient. All right, let's put this right up here. Well, this is what I would say. I told you guys the other night. If psychic ever... You go to a psychic's office, okay? Knock on their door, and if they say, who's there? You just go, wow, you're a fraud. And walk away. Because they should have known who you were, right? They wouldn't need to even say who you are. They said, hey, Jim, how's it going? All right. All right, so this is her. And now let's get moving here. What was the... I had... Jeez. All right, here we go. Let's just use this one. So this happened on August 27th, 1986 in Illinois. So we'll put this... Well... There's some in, let's just leave that open. That name's too rare. There's not two Jillian Gottlobs. I mean, have you even seen that name in your life, you guys? Gottlob? I have, Gray, I really have. I went to school with 9 of them. I don't believe you, okay? So it happened on the 27th. So right through there, 27th, you're not going to get anything in the paper on the day of, but then the 28th, there we go. And we have right here, woman is slain in Alton. A 21-year-old woman was found murdered early Wednesday in the bedroom of her home on Bell Street in Alton. So I guess we could go to Alton, Illinois. Go all the way over there. And then in this on Bell Street. And there's Bell Street. And Bell Street only goes from, let's see. I guess it's down here. So Bell Street, 3,300 block. So 3,300. So I guess it goes way up here. And so somewhere right around in there. So where's 3,400? All right. So 34 is there. So that means one of these homes right here in this little segment. Julianne Gottlob lived here. Somewhere right around in here. We'll probably get the real address in a little bit. I don't know. The victim was Julianne Gottlob of the 3,300 block of Bell Street. Her body was found shortly after 2 a.m. Wednesday by her boyfriend, with whom she lived, police said. She was pronounced dead at the scene at at 3 a.m. by Ralph Beaman. That's the boyfriend. Deputy coroner for Madison County. Alton police. Let's see. Dead. No, that must have been. No, sorry, that wasn't the boyfriend. Wow. So just within an hour, the coroner was already there. That's the coroner, Ralph Beaman, deputy coroner. Alton police lieutenant. They never named the boyfriend, I don't think, in the articles. Are you guys even interested in this? A small, medium, at large. That's pretty funny. I'll give you credit for that. Here we go. Here we go. What do you call a psychic midget who has escaped from prison? No, wait. A small, medium, at large. There we go. All right. Let's see. She was pronounced dead at the scene at 3 a.m. by Ralph Beaman, deputy coroner for Madison County. Alton Police Lieutenant Robert Leline said Gottlob's boyfriend was not a suspect, and police declined to identify him. Assistant Madison County State's Attorney Randy Massey declined Wednesday to discuss the case or to give the cause of death pending an investigation, but neighbors said that they had heard from police that Dyatlov had been strangled. Dyatlov grew up in Alton and moved into the house on Bell Street about 3 months ago with her boyfriend, one neighbor said. The two planned to buy the house, the neighbor said. Dyatlov graduated from Marquette High School in 1982 and got a diploma in accounting from the Hickory School of Richmond Heights. For the last 18 months, she had been working at the Pampered Pantry at 8139 Maryland Avenue. No, that's not going to work. Is that in this town? That's probably it. In Clayton. Is that Clayton? Let's see. There it is. No, it's just right over there. I think that was the one. So she worked right there. And this was the Pampered Pantry. Alright, so let's see what that is now. That's where she worked. Surprised this isn't 3D over here. Yeah, so it's definitely not the same name anymore, but that's where she worked. Right there. Hit the save button. Clint and Eliza Whitmore owned the Pampered Pantry. Clint Whitmore said Dyatlov had worked as a bookkeeper, officer, manager, and controller. She was never concerned about the titles, he said. Or she never was. She would do whatever she could to help out. She was everything you could ask for in an employee. She really was a good friend. Clint Whitmore said Dyatlov had endeared herself to the entire staff at the store. She was a sweet, kind, gentle, thoughtful, hardworking, and lovely girl, he said. We're all deeply upset. All right, so that was the 28th, right? So if you go back here, you can then go 28th, and then when it sort of lights up like that, there's one on the 29th. So this is the next day. This one is Alton officials probe another killing. Authorities are baffled by Alton's third homicide in 2 months. The city's police chief said Thursday the body of Julianne Dyatlov, I wonder what those other ones are, was discovered in a bedroom of her home on Wednesday by her boyfriend, said Police Chief Donald Sandage. The woman apparently was murdered between 10 p.m. Tuesday and 2 a.m. Wednesday. The boyfriend, whom officers refused to identify, was not considered a suspect in the killing. He probably was out, they know exactly where he was. Meanwhile, Sandage said police have no clues or leads in the double slaying last month of Alvin Autry, 39, and Mary. Let's just check that one out really quick. Who killed Alvin Autry and Mary Irwin? I wonder if that one's still unsolved. Ah, jeez. Look at that. I think it still is. Isn't that wild? I think that's it, right? Is that the same? Has family... Larry Drayton? I don't think that's the same one. So I don't know if there's there might be an answer way back then. But anyways, they've got that. That's all there is on that date. And then we go to the 30th, nothing. 31st, nothing. Then September 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 17th. You can actually just... There's one on the 27th, 28th, 29th. Okay, 27th. Julian M. Gottlob, 21, was strangled in her home. Her body was found August 27th. Chief Sandage said police were trying to determine if the cases are related. He said it was unlikely, but it has not been ruled out. The 5 murders in Alton this year are the highest number in years. Alright, so now we have to... This might be a tough one, because look, there's no more months that even have a highlight in them. So then you have to do like 1987 to 1990. No, that didn't work. 1987 to 1990. Well, looks like there was nothing. And then 1991 to 2000. Nothing. 2001 to 2025. Okay, well, looks like there could be something in one of these. Let's see. Not sure what that is. Like something related to Julian M. Gottlob. That can't be 2 people with that name. Hold on. 829 Pickard Court. Is that? That's somewhere else. It's over there. Huh. What's up with that? How could there be 2 Julian Gottlobs in the same damn... What is this thing? Legal... It's like... No chance. Alright, let's try another source over here. We've got this other site that I use. Let's type in Julianne. Sometimes there are tons and in different Gottlob. Is that right? 2 N's, Julianne. 1986 to 1990, we'll say. Illinois. That should be all you need. Now there's one here. This is August 28th, 1986. Now, who is that? Who are you talking about, Julie? I have no idea who that person is. The body of Julianne Gottlob, 21, was discovered in the bedroom of her home on Wednesday by her boyfriend. The police, whom officers refused... I think we already read that same one. I'm going to try one other thing on... There's got only one person in America with that name. Thanks, Michelle H. Julianne Gottlob. There's only going to be one, if at all. Come on. Wow, it's looking. Julianne Gottlob. How many T's? Oh, there's 2 T's. Okay. Yeah, there she is. So that was 1986. She was 21. So this is her right here. 60. Should be 60. She's like exactly my age. I wonder when her birthday was. Born in June of 1965, so she was a little bit older. And then here's the... I got the address here. It should be right. Where do we have that pin? It's right there. So let's see where this goes. Right there, actually. That's the address they had. So it wasn't there. This is the address that she had right there. Let's see if there's another address. Usually some of these people have more than one. Yep, address history. Oh, this is probably it. Yeah, here we go. This is going to be the actual house that she was living in at the time. So we were close. Look at that. Just a random guess. 3 houses away. I must be psychic.
Evil can never be dead enough.
All right. That's where she lived, right there at 3310 Bell Street. There you go. So let's see what the house looked like where this guy stumbled in. And yeah, right there. Crazy, huh? Goes in there and he finds his wife strangled to death. Probably a serial killer. Knew that he wasn't home, the boyfriend. It's interesting that she also had an address there. Let's see this other address from 83. That one was 86. So you know what's interesting is, I remember how in that one article it said they moved together. So she was probably right there. And then moved in with her boyfriend into this house from that one. And then before that, in 83, she lived over here. In that house. Or maybe a duplex or whatever the hell this is. She lived right there. Dyatlov 1983. So we go down there. Yeah, so she lived in that. That's probably when she was 18 or so. Okay, who killed Julianne Dyatlov? You guys interested in any of these? Not really, Greg. Your title says... Yeah, screw you. All right. 2000. Yeah, there's no more. That's sad, you know? Like, there's these cases and there's just nothing. Not a damn thing ever mentioned again. Who killed Julianne Dyatlov? So it even has it in here.
It looks whiter than David Bowie during his Thin White Duke touring days.
Oh, sweet. Well, good luck breathing. Unsolved murders still open. This is 2013. That doesn't say it right there, so back out. Yeah, there's a Facebook post a year ago. It's probably the same thing. On August 27, 1986, 21-year-old Julianne Dyatlov was found on her bed, strangled to death. She was in her home at 3200 Bell Street. I guess we could have found it right there. In Alton, Illinois. According to the Alton Police Department, there was no sign of forced entry into Julianne's home, so she may have known her assailant. Julianne's case remains an unsolved homicide to this day. Her family continues to advocate, was she assaulted? For her and seek judicial resolution for Julianne in this almost 40-year-old cold case. Judicial resolution. What the hell is that? Anyone with information regarding Julianne Dyatlov's unsolved homicide are encouraged to contact the Alton Police Department at 618-463, let me put this over here, 3505. Anyone looking to remain anonymous and possibly eligible for reward, please contact the Illinois State Crime Stoppers Association at 616-601-5276. Please remember that these victims are submitted to us by their family. Our organization does not investigate cases. We advocate, educate, and help raise awareness. Speculation on the details of the case is not helpful on this platform. Comments that are deemed inappropriate and potentially harmful will be removed. All right. Well, there you go. That's one. So I guess now we'll have to move on to another one. But see, at least we talked about that case. You know, somebody mentioned it again after all these years. All right, then we go over here. And by the way, if you want to help support the channel, you guys, it's not too late. You know, maybe get some channel memberships for people. We've hit one of those lulls where it's painful to continue on. We don't know the answer to that. That's what I just said a minute ago. If she was assaulted or not. If she was, they might have DNA. 86, you know, you're sort of at the infancy of DNA. They probably weren't really focused in on that. Yeah, I think I was looking at this page earlier. It was pretty interesting. I think we did that one. That looks familiar. We got that one. I think I did that one once, too. Or at least tried. A lot of times the African-American black cases have so little information because the media doesn't cover them as much. And, you know, I used to think, that's bullshit. No way, man. If you've been watching my show for years, we've gone over these cold cases of black people, and the coverage is astronomically worse. It's just, you know, so it's a real thing, you know. When people say, like, black and missing, what they're really saying is, hey, you know, there's actually black people that are missing too, you guys. I mean, you know, so it sucks that they're not covered. And what really sucked was 2 years ago, there was that girl that pretended to be missing that was black. And it sort of set back that whole thing, you know, that notion. We've donated to black and missing many times. Right, and there's Heather saying that. So, anyways. All right, I guess we're all tapped out tonight, you guys. We're not going to do any more... we got to get some more channel memberships. That'd be great. Maybe 5 more. That'd be pretty awesome. It is. It is a real thing. I mean, I've done cases where, like, you know, you have this little blonde girl walking to school. There's an article every single day, 5 different news outlets, different stories for the first 3 weeks, and then every day there's something, and then 2 months later there's still articles, and they're still going. And then you have a black girl that's missing going to school. First day there's a couple articles, next day a couple, and it just fades away, nothing ever again. And that's bullshit. You know, the papers are only doing, you know, sadly they do what's interesting, what people want to read, and for some reason they must have had some kind of a focus group or something that told them that, but I don't know, it's pretty disheartening to say the least. Hey Jim, if you're starting to feel really shitty, take yourself to the doctor. They can probably give you something to get that, you know, get working on that. Yeah, it's just like YouTube. Yeah, it was weird. I was looking at this early, and there was all these weird ones that seemed like I wanted to look at. I think I've seen that one before. Do I have that Zukowski in here? I don't see it there. She looks familiar, though. I don't know. What about that one? Hill Haynes. I like the really old ones. The articles are so much better. Salcombe, Washington. Let's just let me just do a quick attempt here at newspapers.com and type in Donna Jean Hills dash Haynes. Nothing. Well, now that was Donna Jean Haynes. That's Kansas. There's one in Oregon. Let's see what this one is. It's weird. It kind of looks like that person, doesn't it? That's in Oregon, though. 1983, and this is 1980. That's 1983. Wow, but this is... Look how weird that is. Like, this is 1 month later, so that can't be the same person. Jeez, what are the odds of that? I don't know. Why does it say Salcombe, Washington? Wait a minute. I think we... Didn't we look at this? Yeah, this is one we looked at one time. Woman vanishes, town wonders. Right, there it is. Donna Jean Haynes. Yeah, and that's her right there. And that's the Donna Jean Haynes, Salcombe, Washington. And that's what this is. So it is the same one. I have a lot of missing folders from Google Earth. I think one time I had to, like, it crashed or something, and I had to re-upload some old saved file. Man, the energy in here is just dead. Shouldn't have changed topics. What about this guy right here? Anton Wellington. Let's see what happened to him. Gotta find one that has at least some articles. That's how many Anton Wellingtons are there going to be? So 1978. Let's just cold hit that button. There it is. I mean, there's like... this one is... services for Anton Wellington 20 of 169 Stevenson Street will be Wednesday. Mr. Wellington was killed Friday night on Victory Bridge when the bicycle he was riding was struck by a... those are never solvable. By a vehicle that fled the scene. Police said police did not have any suspects as of last night. So he just got killed by hit and run, and that'll never be solved. That one is... You can just bet. Unless somebody... The guy that did it probably was by himself. How about this one right here? Geneva Hastings. Okay. But, man, I don't know, you guys. The support for the channel just died off tremendously, so I'm not sure. I can probably go work on something. It just gets really like you're just sitting here spinning your wheels. 1975, Geneva Hastings. Missouri. Did I spell that right? Jeez. It's nothing. Who killed Geneva Hastings? We gotta try like the $2 hauler or something in here, you guys. I need some more energy here. This is, as of late 2025, no one has ever been charged or convicted in the murder of 18-year-old Geneva Phelps Hastings, making it a 50-year-old unsolved case. On June 27, 1975, in Poplar Bluff, Missouri, Geneva Hastings disappeared after attending a party at Wolf Creek. Her car was found with the motor running and lights on less than a half mile from her parents' driveway. Her body was discovered 4 days later in a heavily wooded area off County Road 552, miles from her home. Huh, wonder where this stuff is. She was stabbed to death. Reports indicate a fatal stab wound between her first and second vertebrae that nicked her aorta, suggesting the use of a weapon like a knife, ice pick, or screwdriver. The case remains priority for local law enforcement, with the Butler County Sheriff's Department and Missouri State Highway Patrol still seeking tips. As of 2016, investigators believe the murder involved more than one person and that one of the attackers may have been wounded during the assault. Oh, Phelps. Let me go look at... Now we see the Phelps on there. Let me see if that's in there. Geneva Phelps. 1975 to 1980 in Missouri. Thanks, Lisa. Man, got a tough crowd late at night in here. It's wild. Yeah, nothing. This might be a good time to try that other one. I mean, how did they get that information? Geneva. Hastings. 1975, 1980. No, Missouri, not Illinois. Maybe if we got rid of Missouri on there. Maybe it's closer to somewhere else. Yeah, well, there's one. That's weird. It just sort of showed up now. There, let's take a look at this one. 2 weeks ago, Butler County Deputy Sheriff. Hold on, I gotta make a. Now that I found something, new folder. Geneva Hastings. $1975. All right. 2 weeks ago, Butler County Deputy Sheriff listened to 4 young people tell a bizarre, believable tale. They told a magazine salesman who gave them a ride, offered them work, and then attempted to abduct them at gunpoint. Their story ended with the shooting death of the salesman and wounding of one of the 4 during a struggle over the gun. The killing of William G. Hess, the salesman, later was termed justifiable by the county coroner, prosecutor, and other investigators. Deputies, however, still are trying to piece together a jigsaw puzzle picture of the 29-year-old Hess. Particular attention is being paid to the possibility of a connection with the unsolved stabbing death last year of Miss Geneva Hastings. Deputies Walter Deering and Bill Taylor stressed there is no physical evidence to link Hess with the murder. Let's see down here. Deputies conducting the investigation of the Geneva Hastings murder said the body was too badly decomposed to determine whether or not she had been sexually assaulted before her death. There also was a question of whether the young victim had been tied up like her killer. Investigators found a small quantity of rope-like material at the scene where her body was recovered. That material and the rope reportedly used by Hess to bind his victims 2 weeks ago have been sent to Jefferson City for comparison. Also sent to Jefferson City for analysis was a knife Hess brandished the night of the death, investigators said. Its blade matched the description of the weapon believed used to kill Miss Hastings. They stressed, however, that the knife was of common variety and did not itself link Hess to the crime. The Hastings murder weapon never was found. Yeah, it looks like there was this, like, a killer, but he ended up being killed by the other people. William Hess. Like, who the hell is he? I've never even heard of him. Oh, wow, he's in the... Maybe not. There's a bunch of William Hesses.
It is almost 1:45 a.m. on the East Coast.
Thanks, Jim Lawn. William Hess found guilty. That's another one. Wow, another William Hess. Been found guilty Thursday of the first-degree premeditated murder. What the hell? This the same guy? Or... Man, I tell you what, you don't want to meet somebody named William Hess, okay? You can just forget that. There's like a million of them. Let me go back out here. October 1975, July 16th. All right, this is here. This is where she was found. Look at the photographs they used to have back then. Examining the site where the body of Miss Geneva Hastings was found Thursday are from left to right Deputy Sheriff Alton Gill, etc. Authorities still are trying to establish the motive of the murder of 18-year-old Geneva Hastings. Miss Hastings' body was found shortly before noon Thursday. And see, none of these articles are in the Missouri newspaper. That's why I opened it up to... maybe that one is, I don't know. But that one says Poplar Bluff, Missouri. I don't know why earlier it wasn't showing up, but... Anyways, the body was found shortly before noon Thursday in what Deputy Sheriff James Kimbrough describes as a lover's lane area. She had been stabbed twice. Kimbrough and Sheriff Clyde Hendricks discovered the body after a woman reported seeing birds circling an area 6 miles north of the city limits on Pine Valley Road. Tommy Phelps, the dead woman's stepfather, was interviewed by authorities Thursday afternoon. He was later released. Miss Hastings' body was found 200 feet off a gravel road in a wooded area. Here, let's see. Where is this? This is Poplar. I just want to put that in here. Do I have Hastings in here? Hastings. Oh, holy crap. Geneva Hastings. I actually have her in here somehow.
Vultures.
I'm not sure how long ago. It might have been 20. Did we cover this one? How come I don't remember that? So she lived there. And then apparently lived in these apartments. Now, man, I almost feel like looking that up. But it's kind of far up here, so it's probably 2 years old or something. Thank you, Chris O'Connell. Body of a woman reported birds circling an area north of the city limits on Pine Valley Road. Ah, jeez. Yeah, Poplar Bluff. So this is that one. Pine Valley Road. Ellington, Missouri, is that? Okay. So there's Pine Valley Road. Out in the middle of nowhere. So the woman told a friend who told another person who called the sheriff's office. It was one of dozens of tips we ran down last week. Tommy Phelps, the dead woman's stepfather, was interviewed and released. Miss Hastings' body was found about 200 feet off a gravel road in a wooded area. The road, a dead end off of Pine Valley Road, apparently is used extensively as a lover's lane. So this is Pine Valley Road. And is it down here? What's this called? No. No, it's Pine Valley Road, Carter 123. Huh. I don't know. I don't know why it says that. I mean, obviously Pine Valley Road, Carter Township. So whatever this road is the same one. You know, it could be something just like this, you know. Dirt road right after it. Dead ends out here. Maybe that's where people would party, you know, something like that. Definitely looks like that. I wouldn't be surprised if that's it, because that was easy access to get there and then turn. So maybe we'll just put a pin there. Say possible lover's lane right there. Miss Hastings was stabbed twice, once in the right shoulder and once in the chest. Investigating officers from Sheriff's Department and the Highway Patrol found what they believed to be blood stain on the edge of the gravel road and another larger stain about 50 feet back in the brush. There was a definite trail where the body had been dragged another 150 feet into the woods. Reports said the body was too decomposed to determine an exact time of death. Kimbrough said he suspects the girl was killed early Saturday, June 28th, sometime after she was last reported seen at about midnight. Kimbrough said the state of decomposition made it impossible to determine if Miss Hastings had been sexually assaulted before her death. The body was fully clothed when found, Kimbrough said. Robbery has been ruled out as a motive for the killing, deputies said. Miss Hastings' purse was in her car when it was found, and investigators reported finding rings and a bracelet still on her. Sergeant M.E. Duckworth of the Highway Patrol is assisting the Sheriff's Department in investigation. We had no reason to impound the car when she was reported missing, Kimbrough said. The car was found by Miss Hastings' stepfather last Friday on Tower Road, about 1.5 miles from his home. Well, that's pretty convenient. Let's see. What's this guy's name? The stepfather. Tommy, yeah, Phelps. Tommy Phelps. And then this is in, what's the name of this town again? Poplar Bluff. '92 sounds about right. Definitely isn't 1889. That's the next one that's on there. Yeah, you know, this is 1975, so that makes sense. And he died in 2002. Let's see what the address history is. Well, there you go. So here is one of them. Let's see if it lands on the... Okay, so that's Tommy Phelps. Yeah, Thomas Phelps, right there. Stepdad. Okay, there's one. Then we also have this one, which is probably right next door to that one. Or close anyways, just right over here. 927. Now that's very close to the grandparents. Look at that. Right across the street. Kitty corner. Thomas Phelps. All right, then we have one more. This is actually 1983, 74 to 83. So this is the one we're looking for right here. And there it is. He lived. That is the house. Right there. Okay, so let's see. We go back to that, and what did it say over there? We had no reason to impound the car when she was reported missing, Kimbrough said. The car was found by Miss Hastings' stepfather last Friday on Tower Road. Okay, so let's see where Tower Road is. Tower Road. Ooh, and Poplar. Yeah. Poplar. How do you spell that again? Poplar Bluff. Yeah, I don't know if that exists anymore. Oh, there it is, Towers Road. So, wow. Let's see. Does that go all the way into here? Wait, it said it. Towers Road. Okay, Towers Road, Towers Road. And then does it continue over here? Is that? Probably not, but... So that's Towers Road. I don't see anything a half mile. I don't know. Maybe we don't know where he lived. I mean, this is Towers Road. He lives way over here. I wonder if it continued on, like back in the day, maybe. I don't know. Weird. Dang things just aren't adding up. We had no reason to import the car. Okay, according to friends of Miss Hastings, had been at a gathering at Wolf Creek en route PP earlier that evening. It had been her first night out since having had a baby 3 weeks ago. Well, that's interesting. Where's the husband of the baby? Her friends described Miss Hastings as anxious to return to her parents' house and check on the infant that night. She had seen at about midnight, she was seen at Burger Chef, and then at about 12:15 heading north on Highway 67. Is there still a Burger Chef here? Burger Chef. Probably not, right? It's like 100 different A&W. First night out since having the baby. Then she was seen heading north on Highway 67. There's Highway 67 right here. I wonder where she was going. That must have been down. I mean, does it cut across? See, 67 goes all the way up here. And she lived... I guess I don't really have exactly where she was living. Let me look her up. Maybe... maybe in here. Tommy Phelps. Let me see if she's listed under as a relative of him, and then we could just get that. It's only got 3. Shirley, Rhonda, Floyd. No. And she's Geneva Hastings. That's a stepdad. She might be in here though. Miraculously. Let's see. Geneva Hastings, Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Well, that could be her. How old was she, though? Anybody know? Forgot. What did we read about that? She was 18-year-old. Oh, wow. She was only 18 in 75, so she would be 68-ish. So she's not in here. Sadly. Yeah, she's not in the... See, it takes a lot, it's like kind of makes a lot of work to get through some, you know, figure out some of these ones, you know. It's not simple just to find anything. God, what happened to the article I was just reading? Somewhere around here. Maybe is that it? Okay. According to friends, Miss Hastings had been... Okay, she went to those, you know, the burger place, etc. Her stepfather reported finding the woman's car abandoned with the lights on and engine running at about 1 a.m. Kimbrough said he is hopeful citizens will continue to come forward with information pertinent to the investigation. He said anyone who had contact with the murdered woman Friday night, especially after midnight, should get in touch with the sheriff's office. Miss Hastings' funeral was scheduled to begin 2 p.m. today in the Cottrell Funeral Chapel with Reverend Harold Urich. Oh, there it is. She's survived by Tommy Ray Hastings, her stepfather and mother, Mr. and Mrs. Tommy Phelps of Poplar Bluff. So she probably lived with her parents, you would think. Maybe that's what I need to look up. Search by Tommy Phelps. And then Poplar Bluff MO. Yeah, 92, that kind of makes sense. And he died in 2002. Or, yeah. And then his address is... Did we already do this one? Is he the guy that we were looking at? The Tommy Ray Hastings. So both of her dads are named Tommy. That's crazy. Yeah, so it even has the same thing. 74 to 83. Right there. Huh. So that is Phelps there. So who's the other one then? Tommy Ray Hastings is... Oh, that's the stepdad. Yeah. Okay, well, let's try that one. Tommy... They kind of confused it up here, though, didn't they? Tommy Phelps, the dead woman's stepfather. And then over here... over here it says Tommy Ray Hastings, her stepfather. Ah, boy. Jeez, that's messed up. That's not... One of those is wrong. Tommy Ray Hastings. Poplar Bluff MO. Okay, that one says 50. No way. Probably the son, I would imagine. Let's see. Load this sucker up. And then family. There's probably a dad with the same name. Maybe not. But man, there's no way. This person was born the year that the killings happened. And it's got to be related, but yeah, they messed up in the article here. They said over here, Tommy Ray Hastings, her stepfather and mother. Oh wait, I guess that is right. She is survived by her son. Oh, son. Maybe I read that totally wrong. It's getting kind of late. She's survived by her son, Tommy Ray Hastings. So that's exactly who we were just looking at, that 50-year-old. That's pretty interesting. Wow. So she... Okay, hold on. Tommy Ray... Yeah. Jesus. Let me put that over here. Alright. Or not that. I gotta put that one in there, not the other one. So that's her son. That's weird. He was just born, because he's 50, and they said that in the article. That's crazy. So they didn't make a mistake. I just read it wrong. But she is survived by her son, Tommy Ray Hastings. Her stepfather and mother, Mr. and Mrs. Tommy Phelps of Poplar Bluff. One brother, Floyd Phelps. So I don't know what happened to the dad then. No idea. Okay, so that article was July 5th, 1975. 79. Wow. So, right here it says, the places Alexander visited were the brutal murder scenes of 2 teenage Poplar Bluff women, Miss Marilyn Buford and Miss Geneva Hastings, whose deaths continued to perplex authorities. Oh. So, man, now there's 2 of them in the same area. Let's see, have they ever solved that one? This is from 79, so let's see. Now it just got kind of interesting, more so. Miss Marilyn Buford. Who killed Marilyn Buford, Poplar Bluff? Based on historical reports, a man named Bud Holloway of Poplar Bluff, Missouri, was identified in connection with the killing of Marilyn Buford. Reports indicated he made a statement regarding the incident in the presence of... So is his name mentioned in here? Bud Holloway? A few days ago, police investigator Herschel Alexander took a short walk down North Main Street. He paused in front of the old white apartment house at 330 North Main Street. Later in the day, Alexander drove out Highway 67 North. He turned onto a gravel road known as Pine Valley Road, a short distance from the highway. Oh, I think I might have got that right. Hold on a second. He drove up Highway 67. Where the hell was that? No, that was the Lover's Lane. That's a different place. Let's see. 2 teenage Poplar. Okay. 67 North. He turned onto a gravel road as Pine Valley Road, a short distance from the highway. Alexander stopped his car at the entrance of... I thought I had that where, like, we were on this highway. Yeah, what highway is this? D. And then he just turned, but it doesn't say that. It said... He's on Highway 67 North. He turned onto a gravel road known as Pine Valley Road, a short distance from the highway. Alexander stopped his car at the entrance to a dead-end Lover's Lane. He walked down the lane and back into the woods. I just thought something new might come to me, something I might not have thought of before if I returned to those 2 scenes. The places Alexander visited were the brutal murder scenes of 2 teenage Poplar Bluff women, Miss Marilyn Buford and Miss Geneva Hastings, whose deaths continue to perplex authorities. The 7th anniversary of Miss Buford's murder was Sunday. Miss Hastings, Hastings' body was found July 4th, 1975. 7 days after she mysteriously disappeared, both girls had been stabbed. Hey, thanks, Chris O'Connell. Hey, it's something, right? Like, we're just still on the air doing... Let's see. The 7th anniversary of Miss Buford's murder was Sunday. Miss Hastings' body was found July 4th, 1975, 7 days after she mysteriously disappeared. There is a statute of limitations. There's no statute of limitations on murder case. They're at an impasse on both murders. Authorities also linked Johnson. Let me see if that guy's name is in here. What was that name? Holloway? Not Bruce Holdaway, but Holloway. Okay. You, Bruce Holdaway. What the hell have you been doing, man? Is it in there? I don't see it. Yeah, nothing was heard from the 18-year-old girl until deputies acting on a tip of birds circling a rural wooded area found her fully clothed, decomposed body 7 days after she disappeared. Hey, it's Marty's Bar and Grill. I didn't even know you were still watching. But thank you. Now, William Hess... Why did we see that name earlier? Purchased a secluded farm near where Miss Hastings' body was found. Was killed in October by 4 young... Yeah, that was that one. Hastings. Huh. Interesting. So that was 79. Here's... Survivors include a daughter. Yeah. Alright, let me just... let me look up here. Who killed... Are we still on that one? No, we're on... Who killed Geneva Hastings? Alright, let's see what this is. This is from 20... Oh, wow. June of this last year. Isn't that wild that somebody... They're still talking about this. Man, this is crazy. Yeah, let's just do this one really quick and then call it a night. As the family of Geneva Phelps Hastings marks the 50th anniversary of her unsolved homicide this weekend, I checked in with investigators to get an update on the case. I learned they are now focused on exactly how the young mother died, and they've got the county's top death investigator at their side. So this is the original autopsy report from 1975 that was conducted by Dr. Ramirez at Poplar Bluff Regional Hospital. You can see it's right there. Akers has taken a very close look at the 50-year-old 5-page report detailing the death of Geneva Phelps Hastings. It's very well written, and it details all of the injuries and everything that they noted on her body at the time. The stage of time from discovery to death, all of the injuries that she had, any of the clothing, the jewelry that she was wearing. Akers joins investigators Jansen Lancaster and Eddie Holloway, not Bruce Holloway, as... Wait a minute. Based on historical reports, a man named Bud Holloway of Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Why would there be an investigator with the same last name? There's no way. You gotta be kidding me. You guys see that right there? Based on historical reports, a man named Bud Holloway of Poplar Bluff, Missouri was identified in connection with the killing of Marilyn Buford. And then right here we says, Aker joins investigators Jansen Lancaster and Eddie Holloway. How many Holloways are there? That's crazy. That's not like Smith or Johnson or something. I've never even seen a Holloway. I've seen Holdaway. I've seen... That's just weird. As they update me on Geneva's case, the coroner may be new to this effort, but not the details of what happened to the young mother. So when Mark Dobbs was originally elected back in 2004 and took office in 2005, I was the investigator, and he immediately started working on cold cases. He has a lot of outside-the-box thinking, being the coroner, says Holloway of Akers. Man, that's just weird. I wonder if he's related to the other guy. As investigators, we work on death scenes, you know. 1 or 2, 3, 4 maybe. Well, he works on all of them. And he also has a lot of connections in the industry that are far above those that as normal investigators would have, as far as expertise dealing with identifying wounds, adds Lancaster, and the forensics and the pathologists. When you first started on it, you said you were surprised at how small her case file was. Her case file was very small, and Mark Dobbs and I started reaching out to different agencies. These men also continued with that, and over the years, it has been compiled back to what I think is the original. I think they should exhume her if she hasn't been cremated. As the original, or very close to the original case file. These men are focused. Their efforts on these key elements in Geneva's case have how she died, where her stepfather found her abandoned car, and where a sheriff deputy found her body. Details about all three open up possibility that they are looking for more than one suspect. It is clear from the report exactly what killed her. It is, he replies, it was a stab wound between her first and second vertebrae that nicked the aorta. Akers tells me since Geneva's body was found until several days after the death, it's difficult from the condition of her injuries to specify exactly what kind of weapon was used to kill her. He says it's possible it wasn't a knife, but rather an ice pick, a nail file, a screwdriver, or another object. Are there any other significant injuries that would tell you whether or not there was one killer or more than one killer, I asked. So it's very possible that there were two simply because of where both injuries were, Akers responds. But it's still possible that was just a single person acting up. Jeez. But it tends to lead more that it was a couple or more. Any kind of defensive wounds or none that we noted on her hands or arms, which also tends to lead to the idea that maybe somebody was holding her. There could have been one person that actually only made the wounds, Lancaster continued, but there can also be people that could have assisted prior to that in having those wounds created. Assisted in stopping her car, I asked. Yes, assisted in stopping her car and also assisted in moving her. Or assisted in holding her, yes. While she was being injured, yes. Assisted while she was in the process of being injured by somebody. Would those people be just as responsible for her death as the... Of course. Well, they could be. That would have to be up to the court to decide, and a judge and a jury. Yeah, I mean, it's felony murder for sure. I asked Holloway how searching for multiple suspects can impact their work. You have more opportunity for questioning people when there's more than one person because everybody knows. Oh, I think if there was more than one, it would have been solved already. Somebody would have said something. People keep a secret. Let's see. Everybody knows the only way for people to keep a secret is if one's dead, you know. Who's going to tell on who? You know, there's always the possibility. If you get the right person in the right time to interview them, you know, that might be the weakest link in the chain, you know. And there's another move in Geneva case only Coroner Akers could authorize. It is possibly that you could decide to exhume her body. There you go. That's what I just said. They've got to do that with the new technology. She probably was assaulted, you would think. If we see any lead that is on the table, if we see anything that shows that would further helping, it's been 50 years, we're willing to do anything to solve this. Is exhuming her body a real possibility? I asked Holloway. Sure. Yes, ma'am. If we can get enough reason or probable cause, you don't need probable cause, she's a victim. Absolutely. It's probable cause after you determine if there's DNA that leads to somebody. Coroner Akers is sending Geneva's autopsy and photos off to other pathologists for analysis while investigators wait on results from DNA testing on some of the original evidence, which they admit is still several months out. That's crazy. Let's see, what is this thing?
Young Heartland mother marks a milestone anniversary this.
Why? Before I update you on her case, I do have some heartbreaking news to share from the Phelps family. Geneva's mom, Shirley Phelps, passed away on Mother's Day evening, just a few weeks shy of her 89th birthday. I had the privilege of meeting Shirley when we profiled Geneva's case on Heartland Unsolved in 2016. The 50th Heartland.
Did she speak? Oh, that was her.
I'm almost 80, and I'd like to see it closed out before I go.
Just to take you back to that summer night when their lives changed forever. But tonight we are not just marking the 50th.
8 or 9 days. You know? So, you know, that's a hard pill to
I'm gonna put that in the folder, but anyways, pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. All these cases out there, thousands and thousands that nobody ever talks about. And, you know, we're trying to add those in at the end of the shows. Of course, people bail at that point, but they're all interesting to me. All right, so let's go. Let's see. I want to thank Richard Watts, Marty's Bar and Grill with a cat eye donation, and then we had Gloria Batari, Melanie Tone, Michelle Pate, Christopher Marshburn, Susie Kraft gifted one, both of them. Renergy with a cat eye. Support with Steffa gifted one. Then we had Michelle H. Cheryl. And then we had Marty's Bar and Grill gifted 10. Amazing. Renergy. And then McCanny. He did a couple challenges. Shamo 2405. J Lock gifted one. Then Danimal. Sandy Shirley. Chris O'Connell. The Vegas Andrews, Shamo, as in ShamWow, and then Marty Bar and Grill did 10 more. He did 2 matching stints where people did 10 and he did 20. That's so kind. Thank you. Megsy Boo Boo, Sarah Shrooms gifted one. Then we had Chris O'Connell gift 1, and again. Then Chris something did a super chat, then Chris O'Connell matched that one. Then Marty matched them, so all 3 of them did that. Then we had Chris O'Connell gift 5. Then I gifted 5. Then Jim Lawn. Then Dreaming of Blue Skies and Beaches, new member. Timothy Cecil, Chris again. Then that's Chris H. And then Daniel Savoy. Then Jim Lawn. Then Chris O'Connell. Then Jim Lawn. Mama for Coffee. I'm Mom Not Bro. Timothy Cecil. Michelle H. Jim Lawn. Lisa Valenzuela. Chris O'Connell. Jim Lawn. Chris O'Connell. These are during the $2 holler stage. And Chris O'Connell again. Then she gifted 1. Then Marty's Bar and Grill gifted 5 right at the end there. Thank you. And then we also had Run the World did a coffee. All right, there you go. Very cool. Hey, thanks very much for all your generosity. Very, very kind. You know, I think we're on a decent pace this month. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Maybe around the 10th or 15th we can donate some money somewhere. Yeah, we didn't get very many likes tonight. 303. We should have had 500 at least, 600. But you know how it goes, you know. But thanks everybody for being here, and even 270 of you still watching during the 2 cold cases. We got so many to do. Look at this thing. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this. Like, look at this. Look at this. What this looks like here. Watch. I mean, I'll go to the top. It's crazy. I mean, these are all, some of these are solved, but not too many. Look at ding 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 ding. And these are just ones that people submitted here. I mean, this is just nuts. But yeah, just goes on and on and on and on. It is never, you know, right there. Finally, oh, there we go. Have I done that one? Tina Snyder. That sounds familiar. No, I got Lisa Snyder. Huh. I don't know if I've done Tina. I have to try that one. All right, you guys. Well, thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. Again, thanks to Marty's Bar and Grill and Chris O'Connell, and for your extraordinary generosity and generosity of everybody else who's supporting the channel as well. Really appreciate it. Thank you all very much for being here. We'll see what tomorrow will bring. Hopefully we get some more information in the case of Spencer Tepe and Monique Tepe. They just haven't really given us a lot of information to really kind of dive into. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, thanks everybody. We'll see you guys later. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Thank you,
I've
freaks.
been doing this true crime thing for quite a while.
That was a
now.
long one.
And during
4
this whole
hours
time,
and 4
I have
minutes,
not seen
for
one
God's
person
sakes.
that is a
Crime dissector.
Projector.
I'm a certified human lie detector.
Gonna get you
On a stretcher.
if you try and play me like an
Ooh, projector.
crime sector.
projector.
Is my nectar.
Projector.
Professor is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool deflector, interceptor. Enemy respecter with a vector on his vector with a stretcher. Just remember, I have a tip of fucking checker. I handle a agenda. I am a vendor, and I'll send it to you straight without a blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send you on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody, talk to you.
Thank you for watching Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube, where we use logic, reason, common sense, and the facts given in cases to figure out exactly what happens. Again, using logic, reason, and common sense, you should try it sometime. It's absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for watching, and as I always say, until next time, be safe out there.